personal moment to find out exactly what Kanye did to him led to him being in this situation right now. Because Kanye said this is potentially why he could be doing life in jail, because he molested his younger cousin. If you gay, I like the fact that you admit that you gay. I don't like people that's in the closet and don't say they gay and they act like they straight. Just look, we're 2025, you gay, you gay. It's all good. If you like to do your personal time, that's what you like to do. I can't get mad at that. That's what you like to do. Just don't hide it. Don't be around secretly with this and you want to, and they knowing that. Just want something else. Just tell them that. So after we play basketball and we do business, go enjoy your evening. We gonna enjoy ours. So I was saying I never heard him say no gay. So when he said it, I mentioned it. Then he went off on me. Cam, his was kind of confusing because he said something like it's like Cam. The reason I didn't want to put the song out. By the way, Cam, you're a god, but you. As I wear my $2 million Dipset belt. Oh yeah, look, you got $2 million Dipset belt. You got $2.7 billion in the bank, which I think you don't got. Definitely know you don't got. But you can say you got it. But I don't care if you got $2 trillion. You're not happy. You're not happy, man. I'd rather have $2 and be happy than have 20 billion and be unhappy. You are miserable, man. You look miserable. It's man to be doing interviews. I ain't even gonna name it. They be up here frowned up 10 years of interviews. You know what I'm saying? They never look happy. I be like, it got to be miserable in his house. It got to be terrible in there, man. Because they don't even like being home. I like being home. My house is beautiful. It's luxury. You know, I'm not bragging on it. I go out, have a good time. Two in the street all day don't like their house. They outside because they don't want to be inside their house. And I can see if you outside get money, but if you just outside to be outside at 45, 50 years old, you don't like your house. And you don't like your situation. And then you be on these interviews, man. Yo, you not happy, bro. I ain't seen you smile in 15 years, certain. Kanye don't look happy. So when I see this, I'm like, damn, man, all the money in the world can't make him happy. It don't even matter. You can have $2 trillion.
I wonder if that's part of the entertainment or that's part of his marketing ploy. Always pissed off, he knows gets more numbers or gets more views. We're talking about a marketing genius and he knows that's where the money's at, right? Just being pissed off like everybody watching. So let's keep the act going. It's rare to see people happy. I don't know.
And you're not happy. But after all that happened, he came out and said he gay a week later. Conveniently gay. That's what I called it. He got mad at me. So that's what happened.
Kanye West seemingly admits to performing sexual acts on his cousin after they saw two men kissing in an X-rated magazine when they were kids. I my cousins till I was 14.
What happened at 14?
Taste buds get a little stronger. like puberty starts to kick in. Your taste buds either get stronger or they change. You don't eat the same things you did when you was a kid. Kanye is so mad that Shannon Sharp took the headline. Like you admitted to. Y'all don't know is that in Paris wasn't about the country. Paris was the name of a person. My cousin. I'm gonna be honest with you. I saw that headline. I said, "What am I supposed to do with this information?"
Well,
I my cousin till I was 14. Okay, I don't think you stop. Once you get that oral fixation, you know what I'm saying? People that used to smoke cigarettes don't stop. They move on to something else. Vapes or nicotine gum. You're always gonna have that oral fixation. Let me go look at the lyrics of this.
We need to get through the wire.
I need to see if we missed something, man. Let me see. Through the wire lyrics, yo.
Again, that's Kanye marketing. Saying ridiculous shit just to get the paparazzi attention and get everybody talking, bringing up his name. And like, I think he knows it's one thing what you say in front of the camera, and then it's real life, how you really live, what's really behind the scene that nobody gets to see. So is he living that lifestyle? Look at us talking about it. Who knows and who cares? I think growing up, they always said, who cares about you in your bedroom of who's having sex with what? It's business. Let's talk business. Let's stick to it. Let's stick to the conversation, And even though everybody knows that, for example, it's difficult for some men to do business with a beautiful woman. How are you supposed to deal with that, especially when you're young? When you're older, you really just care about money because you don't want the stress. You don't want to deal with a maniac. You know the game. Like you've been through stress with women and you're done with that. You don't want to deal with that anymore, right? Just when you hear men talking about having different women, it's like you got different headaches. A whole bunch of headaches unnecessarily. That means you're lying. Lying is the worst. Like nobody wants to keep up with a lie. It's too much work, too much stress. The best thing to do is live life honestly, only because it's stressless. That's it. Just be honest with yourself, move forward, and I could care less if somebody else gets upset. If a girl gets upset and blocks me or unfollows me, it's like, hey, you're doing me a favor. Thank you. Now I don't have to wait or think. My phone doesn't ring thinking about you. So like you cancel me, the man, you're doing me a favor, actually. I get to move on in life. So this idea for young men, that's the only one that it touches. Like mentally, because they lack the experience. That's it. It's all about experience. Once you experience enough women, you say to yourself, what the fuck was that about? That woman is insane. And her goal was to drag me into her insanity. Whew. Made it through that one alive. So right now, Kanye, again, is a marketing genius. He's looking for the headline and running out of shit to say.
No, I need to see if we missed something.
And you know what? Call him a genius because he's talking about a cousin doing life in prison. So anybody that wonders, yeah, got to go through jail, find out which cousin, and find out. And you know what? And the body is a cousin. If you're doing life in jail, you could care less. You will speak to anybody. They said, what about me? Sure. Yeah. And then charge money for that conversation. Therefore, making money. Right? So everybody wins with this live.
Oh my God, he said I spit it through the wire.
No, he did not. Stop it. Stop it.
He goes, I spit it through the wire. He goes, the doctor said I had blood clots, but I ain't Jamaican, man. Letting you know, I ain't Jamaican. It's okay for me to be a Bati boy. Story on MTV, and I ain't trying to make a band. I swear this right here, history in the making, man. Nothing really crazy in that.
Nah.
Why would you just tell people you want to use till you was 14?
I don't know, bro.
Like, what was he hoping to get from that? Like, it's one thing when you reveal, trauma that you've been through or situations that you've been through because you're looking to.
And you know what's funny? That when Kanye West dropped that truth bomb, another report came out or something else that took over Kanye West headline. It's like competing headlines. So all these marketing geniuses, they take a look at all of that. What's in the news? What gets everybody's attention? For this incident, Donald Trump was talking about the Epstein files not coming out. He committed suicide in jail. So that took over the headlines. Kanye West sucking dick stayed on the wraps. And therefore, he moved on to the next headline, grabbing incident.
Heal from it, or your
Attention is a
attention is a and that's why I'm not giving them that.
well.
I'm not
too
giving
late.
them that.
He just sinners.
But I want to say this though, to all my Jewish brothers, stop telling Kanye. Okay,
He might take
you
you
just threaten them with a good time. Yeah, okay, that shit. Michael Rappaport, no more Kanye. Okay, that has to stop. All right, okay, do not threaten them with a good time anymore.
Kanye, when somebody bring up his name to you, what's your first thoughts?
Dick sucker.
Kanye, he play crazy with who he want to play crazy with. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's crazy when it's convenient.
Yeah. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, bro.
That's what I think.
Yeah, exactly. It's beneficial. Facts.
Every time I see Kanye, I've seen Kanye about a year now, 2 years, about a year now ago. I was saying as a mother. Shut Cam, you need some beats? I'm like, yeah, yo, all right, cool, man. Like, yo, I might with you tonight. You want to tell you? I was going to tell you about. I pause like on my beats. I'm like, all right, cool. 2 days later, going crazy on the news and no type of stuff. Every time I see Kanye, he's perfectly fine.
Yeah. And he be saying some true shit sometimes too.
Yeah,
off the wall.
I mean, I've never seen a crazy Kanye personally, ever.
Kanye West essentially is saying White Lotus ain't got nothing on me.
Yes, he is very openly in a new song describing a incestuous relationship that he says he had with a male cousin when they were teenagers.
So look,
Like nowadays with video camera, like go ahead and put out a video. Like here's a lesson how to do it. And then it's like, okay, that's taking it overboard. My man is insane. Not just telling stories.
we don't know. He has been off the rails now for months. I mean, not weeks, for months. And, is this real? Maybe.
This is a cousin he's referred to before. This is a cousin he says is actually
Being
doing time.
old,
He's in
alive.
prison now for murdering someone. And he's talked about that cousin in public.
But not
before,
about this.
But never about this alleged relationship between them.
When I first heard it, my mind went to, okay, he's about to release something. And within an hour or two, it was a song up, right?
Yeah, Dave once helped him, right?
And it sounds like some triple X Dion type old trippy red. What's the name of that movement with the black fingernails? What they call it?
Goth.
No, the other
Emo?
Sound like some emo type music, right? And the crazy thing about Ye is Ye can do whatever he want and it doesn't matter.
You can pay an agency, 30 grand a month, and they're going to go crazy on social media, creating fan accounts and to basically push negative narratives about the other side.
Hey, like I said, Kanye was a marketing genius, and only calling him a marketing genius because he supposedly has billions. So you can't really talk bad about him in terms of that's how he makes his money. The media is his bread and butter, just like Will Smith said. And how do you handle the media? Only those who are in the front and center knows what to say and how to say it. So, too funny. Mase over Inglorious Bastards was this. Mase is nice, but I'd say he's old. It's over for him. Inglorious Bastards, produced by Pharrell Williams. Mase had a run. He had a run and people don't remember because he's an old guy.
Now, bougie bitch dialing me just for my salary, move weight like calorie, fashion, fake calorie, move like the guy.
Just like my salary. Let me slow it down. This is going on. He's already a fast rapper. You speed it up, you really don't catch anything he says.
Now, bougie bitch dialing me just for my salary, move weight like calorie, fashion, fake calorie, move like the galaxy, like I'm out of space. Bitch, you not the feds, there's no nigga I chase. Before I met Puff, I was a backpack rapper.
He said, there's no nigga I chase. I never understood that, like chasing men and making men happy versus maybe the right way of doing it. How about you do great and then men chase you because you're doing great? Like they want to copy or get a little bit so they can do great. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the best way. That's it. And the rest will come. And do greatness. Like I got a hater, my cousin, I never chased him. He was the it man, the alpha man who got all the girls and making all the illegal monies around the way. And I just said I can't do that. Like I don't like the cops. I don't like getting arrested. I'm not following that man. And now he got arrested. He's doing life in prison. Shout out to my cousin. And he chasing me because he has access to the internet. Just shocked. And putting out videos saying that I got no views, no followers. I'm like, so what? That's not the point. The point is I'm free to come online and say whatever I want to. That's my greatness. That freedom is what I love. All right. And I think more and more people gotta see, I'm looking for a word. I'm at a loss for words. That's what happens when you're an introvert. It doesn't flow out normally. But yeah, that's my greatness, the fact that I have my freedom. How about that? Free to do and say whatever I want to. And you can say, you're not free to go anywhere. Well, yes, I am. I just don't want to go everywhere where there's a bunch of people doing nothing.
Stuff my Louis with millions, I'm a rat pack rapper. Lynch me in Da Vinci. Double shark head, Italian sub. I'm about the large bread, think floods in the rape with the cold car red. Never said I was dope, that's what an arc said. There you have it, I finally said it. I'm apologetic, cash. No credit, get it? Niggas only die when I let it. Pellets, put little niggas in the medics. Dead it. All my niggas get cheese, get shredded if I die for my.
All right, it's over for Mase. Like Mase had a great marketing team, which was Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy did 2 albums with Mase, and the marketing was where it was supposed to be at that level to gain attention. It made it to that level thanks to the marketing team that put it out there. So we never hear about the marketing team or the people behind the record. All we really know as an audience is a superstar on the microphone putting out the record. That's his record. When at the end of the day, it was a whole team of people making millions. You know, when I was younger, I aspired to be one of the people on the back of the scenes, right? Because I'm thinking I don't have the skills, right? Physically to be an athlete, or musically to be an entertainer, because musicians are just that, entertainers. And entertainers that get people to follow them and try to push past entertainment in terms of, I like what he says, I like what he thinks. I like his narrative. When in reality, all that person really was an entertainer. Right? Captured your attention for that minute. So let's not rise him to a point where gets you to crash out and gets you to make mistakes and do all this crazy shit that gets you locked up or put you in a hindering position. I ain't gonna lie, I probably was that guy who made some bad decisions, thinking that it was a cool thing to do. To all my friends who were like, not really my friends. They were maniacs crashing out, hoping you burn, put you on a mission. So it's a joke. Fuck them niggas from the hood. Because even though they crashed out, I never crashed out to the point of losing a car, losing something big, maybe losing a couple of bucks. I loaned $100 to a guy who never paid me back, but it's $100. If anything, I'm more of a lost the relationship more than lost the $100. And in the hood, $100 is a lot of money. You could easily get shot over that. Let's take a look at TK Kirkland talking about Barack Obama saying that everybody should get a gay friend. We all need a gay friend. And TK Kirkland, he's a man's man. That's it. He'll rob you. He'll steal. He makes jokes. He does everything for $1, unashamed. Like, fuck it. That man don't give a fuck. And TK Kirkland, this is ghetto as a ghetto gets. And not only that, he has no excuses. Like, I'm a grown-ass man looking for money and get the fuck out my way. Going full speed ahead. Doing everything except for giving up his booty. Right? He's doing everything as a man. Like how men's supposed to treat a woman, kids, and other men. And that's tough to hear or find a guy following that role. That look, this is how men act and interact with other human beings. Period. Without sacrificing his integrity. Like, look, this is what I do. I rob niggas. You fuck with me, you will get robbed, and you're gonna be okay with it. Because you knew it coming into this relationship. Like, his number one question to his mind is, like, if you go up to him, asking him for a favor to get money, his question is, how am I gonna get money out of this? What's my end of this? You're hot. Okay, how do I take some of that into my pocket? TK Kirkland's sick with it. But at the end of the day, who can argue that? Check it out.
That is, he can't be
Like,
everything.
he can't be everything. And then that boy,
Saying that TK Kirkland, number one constituent is him. And he wants everybody to understand that. You fuck with him and you are your first number one constituent that you need to help, and then anybody else. But only a little bit. But you get the bigger part of the cake. How does that sound? So a lot of people forget that. Trying to be Mr. Nice, trying to be Mr. Captain, save a hoe, me for everybody, helping everybody, but you forget number one, yourself.
that boy may need somebody to give the boy some perspective on the dad.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
One of the most valuable things I learned as a guy was I had a gay professor in college.
That's foul, dog.
I think it's fair to say that Obama is a high IQ, intellectual, know how to speak to people, how to deliver a message clearly. But this message about a gay professor makes no sense.
You know, I didn't hear about that.
I seen that and I'm like, what is the agenda to just push that forward? Why is, especially a black man's masculinity might be one of the most offensive things in America?
I'm speechless, yo. I'm being honest. Like, to hear that come from Obama, I don't get it. I think when you're married, you're subject to catering to what your wife and your kids think. But I think as a man, you got to hold your ground. Like there's certain
See that? Those ethics, man, are you have to applaud it. A man that holds his ground no matter what and puts it out there. Because if you're holding it down, right? Well, then what does that say about Obama? The fact that he's okay in this whole gay shit. Maybe that is his ground. That he's okay with playing with other niggas' booties. How about that?
things I won't say around my daughters because they're raised in this world of gay men and women, and they don't see nothing wrong with it. And I tell my daughters that I'm from a different cloth. I come up different. I don't fuck with them type motherfuckers. And I explained to them, I said, y'all ever think about turning gay, you better make sure I'm dead first, because I ain't fucking with you. Clear. And no disrespect to gay people, if you gay, you do your thing. I just know how I run my household. That's all. It ain't happening.
I'm in shock. Like I can't believe.
Yeah, he actually said it.
Like,
I'm a matter of fact, I'm gonna talk about it on stage tonight. I just don't get it because me and Obama's the same age.
I mean, remember when me and you talked? I was like, when you told me that you were 65, I was like, what? Like, what you mean 65? You gave? I'm 65. I'm an old man.
Yeah, I'm OG, yo. But I move like I'm 27.
What's the thing that you regret most that you've done?
I don't regret anything, fam.
None of the mistakes that you make.
No, it wasn't mistakes. You know, it's only mistakes to a person who hasn't lived.
Okay.
See, a lot of people are alive, but they're not living. I have lived and still living, right? So I have wisdom and experience. When I see comments on my Instagram page, I know that I'm dealing with people who are subpar, below me, not in a disrespect. They're not in their 60s. They still in their 30s or 40s. They haven't lived, right? Most of them haven't traveled outside the world. Most of them don't have a mortgage, don't have cars, right? Don't have a thick bank account, haven't experienced a lot of women in their life to give you knowledge. And for the people who do listen, they
experiencing a lot of women. I'm going through an experience right now with women that I stopped caring. Like one of my cousins said, either you have it or you don't. That's it, period. And it's like, you know what? No. How about be yourself? Fuck it. Push for who you are, for your narrative, and let the chips fall where they may. Fuck chasing and pursuing anybody, any other human beings. Like I cut out a lot of people out of my circle in terms of the only people that I have love for are my college friends, which they're all, if you think about it, if you go to college, you're pursuing a career, you're pursuing a better future for yourself. And that's all who they are. And the honesty that they operate with, I'm sorry, but I love it. I truly love it. Like, the best thing that a joint fraternity says was, don't get arrested. And if you do, don't come back. That stuck with me. Like, I love that. That makes 100%. Your problem, your baggage is your baggage. Don't bring it over here. I don't want to hear it. You should know better. The fact that you got arrested says a lot about you and the decision that you're making, and you're not fucking up my shit with your fucked up decisions. Here's an idea, man up. You think something's gonna get you arrested? Why are you even thinking about doing it? Don't do it. Right? If you're the type of person that makes a decision that will get you arrested, I don't want you around me. You're gonna bring down the whole team with you. Ain't nobody trying to go down that road. Now, if you make a decision that makes you millions of dollars, what are you thinking? And then compare ideas. Like, yeah, that makes like you gonna do that work? All right, no doubt. You see what I'm saying? Support. That's it. That's the support you get. That sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a great idea. Go ahead, give it a try. I mean, if that's how you feel. I got friends that are millionaires. And I got someone to trust, which I refuse to hinder it for any reason, for anybody. I got down with a crazy girlfriend, and at a maniac level, you know what? I'll blame myself, right? I wanted to see this person. I wanted to see this human being that married somebody just for their money. Similar to the Shannon Sharp girl that got Shannon Sharp for what, $10 million? She was hot. She was hot. She saw her value in her looks and ultimately got away with $10 million of Shannon Sharp. Much respect. So I went with that girl. I'm like, at a human level, it's a bit insane that you're doing all of that for money. So now I'm going through a divorce, and the opposing party is asking for $120,000. I've never seen $120,000 all in one spot. So her being nice says, but you can give it to me at $1,000 a month for 10 years. So I made a marriage mistake, and this is how I should pay for it. Yeah. So this is a wave that I decided to ride. And I can't call on anybody to support this decision. As a matter of fact, for example, me thinking as a man, I wouldn't want nobody calling me to tell me about their maniac decision. And what were you thinking? Yeah, I can't go down that route with you. So yes, I experienced it alone. Get with my friends, we laugh about it and say how fucked up it was. And this is where I'm at. It is what it is. I got friends who still haven't get married yet at 45. No kids, no marriage. Being smart about it, living life. That's how it is. TK Kirkland, the guy is a G. He's an old man that stands firm on where he is. He's all about making money and paying his mortgage, keeping his bank account fat enough that he could do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. I think you start to see the value of money, like the freedom it gains you and why it's important for you to save at a safe place financially, right? You want to be ready for emergencies coming up. Why? Because that's life. Life is full of emergencies. Come and goes. You want to be ready for them. To me, that's the way I think.
Tell me they listen. Like I say, the TK, forget these knuckleheads. I'm paying attention, and that's all that matters to me. If I could, out of 2 million people, if I could only reach 1,000, I'm doing my job, and that's all I want to do. I want to give men and women the game, and it's working. You know, it's working.
Old ass man. And this is my new decision. I've decided to get back with my first wife. The woman hates me. She can't stand my presence. But I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I can't stand you. The only thing is, she is beautiful. Like, it's a model. So now she gets to walk around me upset all fucking day, looking like a beautiful model. And every time she walks by me, if I feel like it, I give her a hug, which is so uncomfortable. She like, get the fuck off of me. I'm like, yeah. Let me just finish this hug real quick. Yeah, less. Fuck you gonna do? You can always leave. The door's right there. Peace. And you can say what you want about that, but it's like, why are you in my space? Get the fuck out.
But were you ever style a person that when you were given the game, you got frustrated if they weren't receiving it?
I get frustrated every day. because they're not receiving it. At least I'm not thinking that they are. But when I walk in the streets and I see people shaking my hands, when I'm walking the streets of Berlin, when I'm walking the streets of Madrid, Spain, Ghana, Australia, you see people walk up to you, shaking your hand and say, yo, I love what you're doing. You know, you like, whoa, this is just not America, it's the world that I'm impacting. And I love that. So you got to have haters because then you appreciate the people who love you. So, you know, I look forward to the haters and I'm not mad at them. They just don't understand. If they don't understand, sometimes I take the time to educate them on certain things because that's all people need. They need to be educated on certain things.
Is it the masculinity thing that he talked about? Because you promote masculinity and you're a black man. So that's the number one thing. And you said that when we go around the world, everything is against us. So that's a rise up tactic.
Well, what I've seen over the last 30 years, social media.
You know, when they talk about a black man or a Hispanic man, whatever, that's all narrative. That's it. I think we're at a level where, you know what, it's just a bunch of human beings, regular people. Color doesn't give a fuck. Use your brain to make that money. I got to figure out a good narrative to pitch. To not say that racism doesn't exist, because it doesn't. It's more of a class thing. Either you're poor, you're up in the echelon, or you're dumb. You're at the bottom trying to figure shit out.
Has made people ignorant and they uneducated. You can see that they're uneducated. Can't fix that. That starts at home. Yeah, I'd say to the camera, you motherfuckers are uneducated. And I swear to God, the comments, the thing. At first, I thought it was just comedy. You know, I just thought people were just being funny. These motherfuckers is serious what they saying. And it's just ignorant, yo.
Wait, let me play back that last piece.
Uneducated. You can see that they're uneducated.
Promote masculinity and you're a black man. So that's the number one thing. And you said that when we go around the world, everything is against us. So that's a rise up tactic.
Well, what I've seen over the last 30 years, social media has made people ignorant and they uneducated. You can see that they're uneducated. Can't fix that. That starts at home. Yeah, I'd say to the camera, you motherfuckers are uneducated. And I swear to God, the comments, the thing. At first, I thought it was just comedy. You know, I just thought people were just being funny. These motherfuckers is serious what they saying. And it's just ignorant, yo.
It really is ignorant. Especially when you see the crowd. I think with social media, you get to see a bigger crowd of people saying dumb shit. And maybe for him, it opens up his mind as, wait a minute, it's not just a small group of people talking shit. There's a large group of dumb people out there. And now that I'm older, I see that young people are just unexperienced and are talking, thinking they're smarter than everybody, because I think we all did. We all thought we were smarter than the older people. Like, when I grow up, I'm going to make money. Easy. These old people are fucking drowning on some dumb shit. But let me see if I could say this. You know, I never really put my relationship thoughts out, and I always wanted to. One of my problems is just being parallel with what I'm thinking, or putting my thoughts out there clearly. So let me give it a try. So, being with my second wife, the experience was awful. Like, I really got to see a bad experience, like a stomach turning, like, I hate this. What the fuck? I can't wait to get out. How I'm going to divorce this bitch. And ultimately, she won and she filed for divorce. I'm like, yes. She went and did the paperwork to get it started. Then we went through it. And when we started the divorce, what she did was she drove away with my car. That got me a little bit upset because there's only one car in the house. So she went all the way to Connecticut from Pennsylvania. It's like a 6 hour, like around 7 hour drive. And I went 6 months without a vehicle. Just hated the bitch. And it made me appreciate my first wife. Now, my first wife married me without wanting to, right? And here goes some dumb thinking. I'm thinking, okay, she may not like me, she may not want to be with me, but I'm going to marry her and show her how great I live and how great this can be, how great of a choice she made, right? Because I grew up in the ghetto, and you see all these women having to work 9 to 5 there. My mom worked her ass off, me growing up, and she had to put in the work in order to keep us afloat. So I'm thinking, okay, this girl, she gets to be with me and see how great of a choice she made, because I got all the bills. I got everything. I'm saving up. I'm going to buy a house. I'm going to buy a big house. Like, I'm following all the steps that you're supposed to. Hopefully she'll say, okay, I made a good choice. Just like I'm thinking I made a good choice, because she was a wholesome girl, a beautiful model. Little by little, though, just started turning against me. And I'm like, I gave it a good 5 years. And I said, toward the last 2 years, I said, you know what? Fine, fuck it. I made a mistake. Young lady, I wish you well. Find a boyfriend, whatever it is. I don't know what kind of man you like. If I'm not the kind of man you like, then it is what it is. Let's move on in life. I went ahead and I returned the apartment, moved out, moved to a new apartment, went to court to get my son. We did have a kid. And I got the son to live with me. So now it's just me and my son. And I said, good luck to her. Took her back to the Dominican Republic. And I figured, okay, it's over. She got herself a boyfriend. She moved in with the boyfriend in Rhode Island and lived with the man for like 6 years. And it didn't work out. The man said, I can't stand her. So I said to the man, we became friends. Look, if you bring her down to my house, I'll take care of her. I'll move her in. I'll take the responsibility. So the man actually drove her, and now she's here. So now here I am, me, my son, and his mother. She sleeps in a different room than I do. We don't really communicate. Every now and then when she walks by me, I give her a hug. But I'm thinking, okay, now I actually know how bad it can be out there. Like, I can't get with a girlfriend. There's no way anybody will go out with me. This is my common sense solution. I don't see an American going out with me. Like, me as a father, I wouldn't want my daughter to get with a guy like me, like a disabled kid. I'm disabled. I'm battling MS, and I got a little scooter that I bought here. And I'm thinking, there's no reason to be with me, because I'm battling MS and I'm soon to be bedridden. And I say soon to be, I'm 46. I just turned 46 2 days ago. 3 days ago. And I'm fighting every day. Like yesterday, wow, I had a fight in the shower just to get out, just to get in and get out the shower. But I made it out and I'm fine. So I wouldn't wish me on any girl. So I'm thinking that's depression, that's negativity. Plus, that's it. There's no more dating. There's no more going out into the scene. There's no more getting to know anybody. When you're 46, I went ahead and tried to get to know this one girl who was 28, and that's the one that's divorcing me. Right now, she's 35. So I'm thinking, you 28, single, no kids. And I'm like, yo, let's make it happen. Let's work it out. And after 6 years, I'm thinking, wait a minute. There was all a scam. There was all a hustle. Getting with a disabled guy to take his money. So it's like, okay. It works at the high level, the millionaires, Shannon Sharp, and even at the bottom. Now, I'm like, okay, girl, you win. You got what you wanted. Now leave me alone. Just get out. I got my house. I got my car. She gave me my car back after 6 months. She went ahead and bought her own car because she realized the payment on the car was way too high for her. To me, it's not. It's perfectly fine. My house payment's perfectly fine. And that made me appreciate my first wife. My first wife doesn't like me. And the thing is, she straight up doesn't like me. She tells me, I don't like you. I can't stand you. And she doesn't say it like that. She doesn't have to. She only said it once. That when she came back, she said that the only reason I married her was to make it out of my country, to make it to America. All right. So she made it to America. Now you're here. So we get to enjoy time and space together. She loves my dogs. I got 2 puppies. She loves them. I started a channel called New Orleans Odechi Unfiltered because you're going to see her walking in the background. That's the best I get. She might walk close enough to the camera, but there you go. I get to have that hope that one day she'll sit here. She won. You know that game of getting with a rich guy and getting him to pay for everything? She won that game. That's a game played by a lot of women because for a lot of women, they don't have to work hard or go to college to make it out, right? They just have to get with that guy that's going to solve all their financial problems. You know, one thing that I always had, my number one problem is a girl that says, let me get this guy to fix my financial problem and my family's financial problems. Like they use that one guy to pay for everything for the mom, the cousins, the brother who made me out of jail and needs bail money. Like everybody they know. And it's like, I'll solve your problem because if you're the mother of my kids' problem, my kids, you are my problem. And myself. Because always number one is the person making the money, the person making the sacrifice. But I do have a problem when you bring in the rest of your family. So with my first wife, who's here, she had me build a house for her whole family in the Dominican Republic. So I was like, okay, I can't take it anymore. I don't give a fuck. I don't know those people. I know you. You are my number one concern. But apparently, I'm not your number one concern. I remember I divorced her when I got diagnosed with MS. I divorced her because she didn't give a fuck. She was like, yeah, whatever, nigga. Fuck that got to do with me. You got MS. Figure yourself out, motherfucker. And that got me upset. I was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck about relationships anymore. I could care less. It's just me and my son. Everybody else, it's like a dick. Moved in PA with my son. That's my right-hand man. When I fall to the ground, he picks me up. That's it. He's 16. That's all I need. His mom, I only keep her here because now I know where his mom is. What she's doing now, she will be doing at her boyfriend's house. She will be doing it in Dominican Republic. She'll be doing it anywhere. She got mental health issues. So my goal in life is to help her with that. My goal is to help her take her medication. Hopefully she'll wake up little by little after taking medication. And she'll stop going, she's delusional right now. So with the medication treatment, she'll get better. And that's a trick to treatment. With my treatment for MS, I hope I never get bedridden. I hope to continue walking. So because I know my situation, I say that her situation is similar to mine. That hopefully with medication, she get a little better. But as of right now, she's delusional. And that's another thing. When people are sick, we don't know the pain they're going through. Just like nobody knows the MS pain that I'm going through. I may look normal sitting down. It's when I get up that you see the craziness. Like, oh my God, this guy can't fucking walk. With her, it's the same. She looks normal. But I know that's not how a normal human being behaves. We're talking about nobody calls. She calls nobody. She just lives life. She going outside, maybe painting. Like, what the fuck she doing right now? Oh, yeah. I just called her. I have no idea. She may have gone outside. And she does that. Like yesterday, she said, I'm going outside. I'll be right back. And I'm like, there's nowhere to go where I live. I live in a fucking deserted island, you could say. I mean, there's a lot of houses next to me. Houses with rich people. Like, this is a rich neighborhood. And guess what? An American rich neighborhood is boring. Boring as fuck, which I love. I love this shit. I could hear my voice. I could scream at the top of my lung. Nobody says shit to me. I live in a fucking mansion, and I just figured out how to put the temperature at a permanent hold of 76 degrees. Outside could be like 90 degrees out. I don't know. It's fucking freezing in my house because I set the temperature. I always thought that people with houses with internal temperature are rich people. So I get to live that life now that I'm heading towards the end. I love it here. But that's my conclusion to relationships. I'm in a relationship with my son's mother, which we don't have to talk. She don't cook for me. I don't cook for her. She don't clean for me. I don't want a servant. Just live life. And that's all she's doing, just living life. And it doesn't matter that her life is doing nothing. My life is doing videos. I come on YouTube every day and make a YouTube video. Why? Because I think people got to keep themselves occupied. It's really, how should I say? It's hard for men not to do anything. Like, I grew up with a lot of bums in Harlem. Okay, a lot of mothers raise their children. They didn't know how to raise men. To them, they were excited about getting a government check, about things being easy for them. I think a lot of boys missed out on that, on what was happening, or really diagnosing what's really happening in the area. The fact that the women are being given everything is all a ploy to destroy communities. Like, boys are not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to be looking for a handout. Not supposed to be looking for free shit so you can stay at home playing video games all fucking day. I have a lot of friends that excited and celebrating the fact they had to do nothing to get something, right? Getting a lot of praises, getting a lot of things for doing nothing. And that's the wrong mentality. So much so that now, I have a friend of mine that grew up. He was a cool nigga in the motherfucking block, playing video games all fucking day, the best Mario Kart player. And just didn't see it, didn't get it. Why the fuck are people working so hard? Why go to school and do good? We're playing video games as a young kid. And that's another excuse of people saying, he's just a kid. He could do that, play video games. I'm like, no. What the fuck? At high school, I was already thinking, how can I make money? What can I do to make some fucking money? I don't like just being here in the fucking ghetto. I hate it. And then me saying that to anybody, you get shut down. Shut the fuck up. Nobody, shut the fuck up. And it's like a bunch of lazy motherfuckers. So now at 45, that same friend that was the cool nigga playing Mario Kart now is trying to start a t-shirt company. I'm like, nigga, you putting in mad work to sell fucking t-shirts? I don't give a fuck about your design. That shit ain't gonna work. But I can't say it to his face because you don't want to hurt people's feelings. But nigga, you should have done this at high school. If you start this shit at 14, by the time you're 24, you have a way better understanding of the system. How does a company grow up? Or how does a company, blow up? What are the steps you need to take? Or what are the rejections? And people telling you, shut the fuck up and you ain't shit. You need to take in order to succeed. You got to be strong enough to take all kind of rejection. Now at 45 doing a t-shirt company, nigga, you old. You are old. And I will hope, you know what? I hope he blows up. Try to put it on my face because I know he won't. I hope you blow up. That's it. You got maybe what? One person fucking buying your product, maybe two. You don't know the system. You don't want to put in the work. Now you're talking about putting in the work. Motherfucker, you 45. What work? But I'm pretty sure you got to do two jobs. A regular 9 to 5 to pay the fucking bills. And then that job of fucking selling t-shirts. But you know what? It's a little bit sad. He is that cool nigga. Me, I'm not that cool nigga. And you know what I got to learn how to do? Just be straight up with people. Boom. I'm going to give that a try. Only speaking the fucking honest truth to people and not worrying about what the fuck they're going to say. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to let that nigga know. Fuck your feelings, nigga. That shit ain't going to work. That shit is stupid. Selling fucking t-shirt, you never going to do it. And I'm pretty sure he's going to try to be slick and try to get my ideas of, well, then what do you think I should do? So I'm going to be like, nigga, quit. Fucking go play some Mario Kart. Matter of fact, figure out your fucking son. Talk to that nigga. He got a kid that's now wow, similar to him, smoking weed and celebrating the fact that he ain't doing much to get a lot. But it's like $20 is a lot for these motherfuckers. You know, when you're at the bottom and you ghetto, it works. The government paying your rent is a lot. Free handouts is a lot for these motherfuckers. Like, they don't understand getting a fucking job working 9 to 5, putting in hours, spending your hours into some shit. Because you know what? Another thing that they try to fool you with, savor your time. Don't give all your time to your job. You owe it to yourself to put time on other things besides work, which is another fucking lie. Like, once a man, any grown man, when you do something, you make, let's say you do something that for an hour, you make $20 for that 1 hour. Well, then after that 1 hour, you're not going to go home and enjoy the $20. No, you're going to put in 2 hours, get 40. Oh, wow, this shit is working. If I do it this way and I put in 10 hours, now we're talking about $200. Fuck it. Do this shit until I figure out how to make, instead of 20 for an hour, make 40. And then still put in the 10 hours. But now I'm making 40. 80, still put in the 10 hours. I think I could do 14 hours. Fuck it. Let's make this money. So then after you put in all those hours, make all that money, you got all that shit saved, guess what? The motherfucker that was at home while watching TV, playing video games, fucking bitches, now is mad that you got all this money. And then when they're trying to rob you. That's the fucking worst. These dumb niggas now, you're the man to call when they need bail money. When they be like, yo, how the fuck this nigga make so much money? I put in the work. Yeah, remember that job nobody wanted to do? I signed up and did it. Because I didn't have no other idea. When I was coming up with an idea, I was doing work. You work till your idea pops off. That's it. If you don't think that your job is the one that you're going to do forever, well then work on an idea. But as you work on that idea, this is the job. It's 83 degrees outside, but in my house it's 76 because I got internal air conditioning. God bless America, the best country in the world. One important thing is to put out your ideas and defend them to the death. Be the one. You are the one. I love when Cat Williams said it. I'm him. So put your ideas in, be ready to defend them. I heard Gilly the Kid, the rapper defending an idea. He sounded so fucking ghetto. And that's it. That's the mentality. That's how they think. That's the level of shouting that they got to do in order to get their point across. It sounds that stupid. So he connected with a lot of ignorant niggas. And that's a crowd. That's an audience. But shit, that nigga dumb. So somebody like me got to say, yo, this nigga retarded. I hate that fucking mentality, trying to put fear in people. Fuck you, Gilly. How about that? Like, you sound stupid. So now I had to come down to that level of stupid just to connect with the guy. You know what? It's 12 o'clock and I want to do a video on Maria Bartiromo. And at the same time, I want to eat lunch. So I got two things I got to figure out how to do. Let me see if I could get a video on Maria Bartiromo. It's not even possible. Let me click through it real quick. I got 396 subscribers on Fisticuffs. Fisticuff is a name that one of my cousins wanted to do a video on. I wanted to create a channel on. And he did. Fuck that nigga. I ain't gonna lie. Came with consequence. I used to fucking hate that nigga. Because he was a genius in the family. Smart enough that he ain't had to work. He could just stay home all fucking day. Fucking mad bitches. And then staying away from dumb niggas. But you know what? That is so true that those dumb niggas made millions. And now they're the ones getting called on to do these dumb shit. I swear to God. To help out. And help fucking depend on your relationship with the motherfuckers. Like, always shitting on me. I don't really feel like doing shit for your ass. All right, I couldn't get it Sunday morning. What I do want to do is a workout. I'm going to get up and go cook some meatballs with some fries. Oh, look. Oh, that's a video that I got of myself. I just noticed I got a video of myself. Talking about Joe Rogan's assassination attempt. Wow, I didn't know they did that. I'll say this much. Look, enjoy your day. Be happy with yourself.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy John the Liquidator coming back with another video. And the moment we have been waiting for is here. That is Shador Sanders.
I think a lot of people are not happy with themselves. So I'll say this much. I am
speaking to the media, clearing up all of the bad headlines. Guys,
I think I
for this one here, we got to go all the way up to Cleveland. Let's get it. Let's go.
My wife.
So training camp is officially here, dog. Shador Sanders made it. His business to answer questions with the media today. He spoke a lot about being a fourth-string quarterback currently on a depth chart, but more importantly, he cleared up the rumors with this damn speeding ticket, which I don't even know why this is still a topic, but it is. But with all that being said, I'm not wasting y'all time. Roll the footage.
What I could do to get better, even if I'm not getting reps in, it's no problem.
So you guys have talked about the mental intensity that they want to have at training camp these first 2 days and going into the third. What's your mindset and how are you approaching that intensity?
I would say just learning. Every day, of course, I'm learning different things because I know the opportunity will come. And whenever it comes, I want to be able to know the ins and outs and know the full everything. So I don't want to really make too many mistakes when it's my time.
What do you feel like you're getting the most comfortable coming back to training camp and the first couple of days of training camp?
I'll say definitely the playbook. Yeah, I'm getting super comfortable in the playbook for sure, and it's helping me out, overall in the field.
Some of you guys, I think you guys are a little short on bodies here with pass catchers. Like watching you yesterday in the early part of practice, and sometimes you're throwing to some of the equipment guys. Like, how do you maximize those opportunities, even when it's not a pass catcher that's going to be on the roster?
It doesn't really faze me. You gotta understand, we came all the way from HBCU to Power 5, and now we're here. So at this point, if you look around, there's nothing, that's a challenge, I'd say.
How are you approaching the four-man competition as you get to training camp, as you get closer to season and then week one?
I'm focused on doing me. I'm focused on learning what I need to learn. That's simply it.
Are you thinking about winning that job for week one?
I don't think nobody in this organization is here if they're not trying to win. Honestly, I think they're trying to win who gives out the best water and Gatorades out here. So it's definitely a competition in everything in life. It's so many cameras out here. It's definitely competition with content, obviously too. So I think everything in life boils down to competition.
Shador, you've been a star for your entire life. So how difficult is it to be patient and you said waiting for your turn?
I'll say it's different phases in life. Different things in life you have to go through, and that's all it is. I'll say for me, it's building blocks. Sometimes I always had to get overly prepared and had to worry about a lot of different things just from my youth to high school and college. And I never had a chance to, I'll say, sit back and learn more in depth of everything. So I was always thrown in the fire, and I always I always exceeded expectations. So
Yesterday, you mentioned that
speeding, huh?
I figured somebody had to ask it.
Yeah.
So he said that you was inspired to talk to you. He said Kevin said he also talked to you.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering, what did you learn from that incident?
Yeah, I definitely learned not to drive fast at all. So I really don't even drive like that much anymore. But I really don't drive fast at all. So I definitely follow the rules, and I hope everybody learned from my situation. That not drive fast at all.
Yesterday was a long half day, and your red zone period looked a little frustrating. How frustrating was it with those 4 reps you had at the end?
No, this is the thing. I don't never take anything as frustrating because I know everybody tries their best. So like even throughout everything in college and everything, I was never frustrated ever at teammates, at everybody. I know everybody's going out there doing their best. So if you're doing your best and you tell me you look me in the eye and tell me you're doing your best, I know I'm out here trying to do my best. I know I make mistakes. I know you make mistakes. So it's like, why would I be mad? We all in similar situations. So that doesn't really frustrate me at all. It doesn't frustrate me being able to have an opportunity. We have days on days on days and days, and just relationships. And you could look at somebody and be like, my bad, bro. Like that's what it was. I'm like, all good. It's no problem. Because who knows how much time everybody has to spend together. It's about relationships overall. So I don't want any memories of me, being negative or being mad at any situation that happened.
Sure, last time we saw you out in public, you were at the Ringo Terrace event, and you were really embedded in the community, but you've done so much of that since you've been here in this short time. Why was it important for you to be there and just be doing all the things that you've been doing?
Well, I say it's definitely it's something I feel like God put me here to do. Regardless of whatever the situation is here, the fact I'm able to bring light to the community, to different situations, that's of course my calling. So yeah, I'm just excited that one decision and one thought is able to impact so many lives and how people remember that. So that's kind of like how I go about things. Nothing's ever like I say pre-planned or well thought out plan. Like it's none of that. It's okay. One thought. All right, let's do it. Like, and that's just how it goes.
Sure, I know you said you're trying to maximize those reps, and the fact of the matter is, it's probably like the few amount of practice reps you're getting, like maybe in your football career. Like, if you're kind of thinking inside, what does before practice look like? What does after practice look like? You talked about virtual reality, or spend more time with doing it. Kind of contribute to what that
Yeah, that horn is sick. My fault, bro. I don't know who cast the golf carts. Are they fixing that? Because it's doing me on my thought process. Hey, interrupted, man. Y'all can cut that. It don't matter.
Yeah, but just what is like before practice? Like what's after practice look like? To make sure that hey,
yeah. See, it ain't me. It ain't me doing that. I don't know what it is. All right, I guess they're busy right now. Before practice, of course, is jotting down all the plays, and it starts the night before, of course. But training camp, you get a lot of different plays each day, and you don't know who's gonna get in what. So that's the exciting challenge that it is. Like, dang, you don't even know what reps you're gonna get, so you gotta be ready for everything. That's how it is, in games also. So jot down the plays, understand conceptually what it is. I'll say from rookie mini camp and OTAs to now, I learned more in depth with everything. So I'm just excited I'm able to have this approach with things and take full advantage of it.
What about after practice?
Oh, after practice for sure, I gotta get a good meal in. So that's the first thing. Get a good meal in, recovery, of course, and then get an iPad, watch everything. Then I can't give you too many details on how I try to, because when I go in practice, I gotta maximize my moments. So I gotta study our defense too. So that's what it is.
All of us keep getting asked the same question, and none of us have the answer. So maybe you could give us an answer. Why aren't you getting any reps with the ones today?
I don't think that's not my place, to answer. To even be able to give the answer to that, I feel like it's not in my control. So I'm not even gonna think about that or have that even in my thought process of why it is. Like, there's a lot of people that want to have the opportunity to be at this level, and I'm here, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity. So whenever that is, it is. But it doesn't make me feel down, or it doesn't make me feel left out or anything, because I know who I am as a person, I know who I am as an individual, and I know what I can bring to this team. So I can never feel less than, in any circumstance.
You said that Shiloh, your dad went down and visited Shiloh.
Yeah.
So did he come here and visit you as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm telling you, when I tell you I was cut off from the world, it's been hard to even make phone calls, obviously, because you got to have the decompress time for sure after practice. So I thought, but recently I've just been following up with the other former Buffalo players and stuff like that. So that's really who I've been talking to.
So would you say that it's been a little bit of everything as far as from when you first got here to now?
In what regard?
Just as far as growth and adjusting.
Yeah.
What's been the most impactful or significant point for you since you came in that rookie mini camp to now as you get into the early part of the training camp?
In the football world. It's a lot. It's hard to answer that, because what's important and what I feel like the biggest thing could have been last week is could have what I just learned today or yesterday. So it's always consistent growth, and it always feels like I just solved a puzzle or anything, like all the time. So regardless if it's even relationships with the O-line, relationships with receivers, talking to Denzel, playing with him, like playing with all the DBs, different type of stuff like that, it's always big. It's always a big moment. So I can't say what's exactly the biggest moment. I'll say just even connecting with the kicker, like in the sign, just talking about God and everything. Like, it's a lot of different moments and like unscripted things that just happen. So that could be the biggest moment.
So we heard from Phil Musgrave today. What's it been like working with him, especially knowing your dad is still active?
Yeah, Coach Musgrave, cool. Yeah, he real cool. And he always tells you definitely old terms. Like he's like a history book. Like he tells you so many stories about different things. So it makes the room definitely it's a bunch of different age ranges in the room. So it makes everything like, dang, he remembers a lot of stuff from back then.
Have you met him before?
I don't know. It's new stories every day. So it's like, and I'm fully bought in.
Have you ever met Bill before coming to Cleveland?
I would say probably in what was before you got drafted? Whatever that was.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, the pre-draft process for sure. Yeah,
But I mean, like before that, you had that type of
I don't think so. And I don't remember back then. Probably not.
You know, you have a huge following. Fans are gonna be out here the first time today. First time you get to practice in front of Browns fans. What do you think that's gonna be like? What do you think the reception's gonna be like?
I'm definitely focused on getting completions when I get out there. So the external is cool. I'm thankful for it. I'm thankful for all y'all coming out here, being able to document everything.
Dame a cocinar. Dame a comer. ¡Ole! Estamos aquí los dos. Tú sabes, positivo, vamos a mantenerlo. Yo a ti te amo, no importa qué es lo que tú digas. Tú vas a hacer lo que tú quieras. Eso no es real. Déjame, voy a cocinar carne con papa. Pero yo quiero que tú te sientas bien, no quiero nada aquí. Esta casa, yo te lo digo, porque tú quieres. Así que todo gracias. La tengo a todos. Estamos bien.
Gosh, my life has never been the same. The day I got engaged, I was like, whoa, what have I been on here? For the future, it's real. How confident are you that AI's promise? Will outweigh the perils. I'm not confident. So the tech companies are lying or pledging that. A little weird. What's the point of this? What is the point of any of this? Tune into season 3 of The Circuit with me, Emily Jack, Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Hulu Originals and Hulu TV. I am a winner.
I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
Well, you can transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
And we're on the road talking to the biggest names in sports, business, and culture.
Stay tuned.
All right, let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Climate.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
His details matter. So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels.
Being connected.
Yeah. No, this is it. Bluetooth mode.
Soy yo, salgo pa' la calle y me meto en un lío. Tengo el TikTok y Instagram prendido. Decisiones, el nene toma todo el poder. La bitch, la body bag. Que suene, y tú se muere. and we take the whole thing enterita. Ando por la calle solo me escondo, ya tú sabes que lo tuyo viene pronto. Yo no mando a ella y no me monto. Si no está mi vida no te respondo. Y eso es la mera verdad. También yo soy boricua, ti tu puñeta. Si no lo sabía, pa' que lo sepa. And you niggas on my dick, ya soy Violeta. Yo soy el que está sonando, que tiene mando. En la calle todos los toques estamos controlando. And you know I'm in the bando. In the hood that I can't go, I got to lay low. El nene estamos duros con los poderes. Déjale a la bitch one, la 45. Que suene y todos se mueren. Paquitita, la chinita, la que le gusta la baby, la rosadita. We got the .30s, tú necesitas. And we take the whole thing enterita.
Are you saying so? Are you more real? They say, oh, you saying so? Are you more real? I got this baby on every city, man. But you got hit up thinking only that he's real. I didn't do like it's up the video, don't say so. Kill him on the video. Kill him on the video. Kill him on the video. Said that you big shot, down, down. I gotta eat and miss a business with the street. Come out of girlfriend to be one of the families last week. I gotta eat and miss a business with the street. Come out of girlfriend to be one of the families last week. Are you scared? Are you more real? I got this tacky on my every city, man. Boy, you got hit up thinking only that he's real. I didn't do like it's up the video, don't say so. Kill him on the video. Kill him on the video. I know that anybody Are you sad? Are you alright? I got this backy on my every speed, man. Oh, you got hit up thinking all niggas is real. I didn't do like it up the video, don't say so. Kill him on the video. Kill him on the video. Bitch, we in the city on that hot shit. Looking for a biddy on that nut shit. Tryna get money, niggas stop this shit. I been running globe talking hot shit. No more all-stars, Jackie Chan with it. 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 Bitch, we in the city on that hot shit. Looking for a biddy on that nut shit. Tryna get money, niggas stop this shit. I been running globe talking hot shit. No more all-stars, Jackie Chan with it.
He running and I got the full grip. This shit all up on my head. I blow that shit. And we're about to swear to hatch. Bitch, we in the city on that hot shit. Looking for a biddy on that hot shit. Y'all ain't getting money, niggas stop this shit. I be running girls talking hot shit. I do my other stuff, shaking chair with it. I do my other stuff, shaking chair with it. I do my other stuff, shaking chair with it. I do my other stuff, shaking chair with it. Getting money now, acting funny now. So she love me, but she only tryna fuck me for the clout. For the pack, bust down, try to run down. Bitch, hit me on the top down, but I can't get. They be begging me to get the best, but I don't need the big great charge. Tryna see the shit, I can see the bitch. And the DM sending nigga please over that bitch. But I send it in the pool, even though I'm rich as shit. It's fucking joke. Oh, wait, I forgot you can't say that shit. You gonna start with everything else that's started with T. It's fucking Trojan. It's fucking Target. It's fucking. This shit fire. Hey, hey, what's wrong? Hey, hey, Back in Jack and then I drop it. She love me, yeah, she been poppin'. Yeah, I go back out, bitch, I'm rollin'. Yeah, she be staring out like evil dollar. I'm talking outside, so it's body. I did motion, then I have emotion. Pop, blow it. That's the bro he throwing. Yeah, that's the bro he throwing. Fucking bitch, I have my way up past the bro she blowing. Go, he really wish me home. I took it the same, I'm talking the same, I took it, it should be stolen. Go, they call me wrong, no. He taking a shit wrong. Last nigga they said I told it. He told me that every person got it. Yeah, I'm real like football, Christian brothers. Yeah, I'm Batman here, my switch your promise. Yeah, whatever you checking, then I drop it. Yeah, she love me, yeah, she been poppin'. Yeah, I'm going back out, bitch, I'm rollin'. Yeah, she be staring out like evil dollar. I got me outside, so it's body. I got some ego. She said we gon' fall, just like my kid goes Rico. And I got time for that, just get a little cold and I'm fat. Once I beat it, then she needed to know I'm going full fat. He told me to have a pussy copy. Yeah, I'm real like football, Christian brothers. Yeah, I'm Batman here, my switch your apartment. Yeah, whatever you jacking, nigga, I drop it. Yeah, she love me, yeah, she been poppin'. Yeah, I'm going back out, bitch, I'm running. Yeah, she be staring out like evil dollar. I tell me outside, so it's body.
I ain't gonna front to nobody to leave that shit code.
You know I ain't the one, only bitches playing game. Man, I put the shit before she took it out like a drummer, bitch. This ain't what you want. Tell them how you got the bag you let. All them niggas fall, they see me ballin'. Since keep talking. I'm Michael Jackson in these suckers, I'm a walking. Sugar and these talking, me go keep pouring. Kinky calling, tell you just to pull you walking. He said, Kinky calling, freeway. She was freeway. I don't care what she say. I don't think he said, what's it sound like what? You said, he said, man, I feel
Está prendido el aire.
Sí, ¿quieres que lo baje? Yo lo prendí el aire. Te dejé comida ahí, en la máquina. Te dejé comida. Chequéala.
over the years, but it's been a very one-sided transit. It's been very unfair to the United States. And I think both sides want to see fairness, but it's been a very, very one-sided deal that it shouldn't be. And so we're here with her very brilliant staff, and hopefully we'll resolve a few issues. But it's a great honor. You know, we just built this ballroom, and we're building a great ballroom at the White House. The White House has wanted a ballroom for 150 years, but they never had a real estate person. You know, no president knew how to build a ballroom. But this just opened, you know, a relatively short time ago. That has been quite the success. And I think, I was just saying, I could take this, drop it right down there, and it would be beautiful. This is exactly what they wanted. But it's an honor to have you at the ballroom at Turnberry. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Indeed, it is today about trade between the European Union and the United States. We're together the two largest economies worldwide.
Right.
If you look at the trade volume, it's the biggest trade volume globally with $1.7 trillion among us. And if you look at our markets, it's a huge market, 800 million people if you take the United States and the European Union. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussions we will have now. Our staff have done some of the heavy lifting, but now it's on us. Yeah. And you're known as a tough negotiator and deal maker. In front and fair. And what is in front of us? If we are successful, I think it would be the biggest deal each of us has ever struck. So I'm very much looking forward.
Ever struck by anybody? That's true. That's true. Right now we have that honor goes to Japan. We just struck a deal with Japan, as you know, and we're very close to a deal with China. We really sort of made a deal with China. See how that goes. And we have numerous other deals, and mostly I'm just going to address tariffs. And there's not a deal per se, but people are going to pay tariffs, and we're doing them at the low end, not the high end, because we don't want to hurt anybody. And pretty well, but you and I both figured this is really the biggest trading partnership in the world, so we should give it a shot, right?
I'm actually looking forward to that.
Oh, thank you very much. I do too. Any questions, please?
On Friday, with the chances of appeal at 50%, it seems like we're in quite a good mood. How would you rate those chances now?
I'm actually not in a good mood, but I will tell you, I think the chances are, I think Ursula would say probably 50-50 making a deal. I'd like to make a deal. I think it's good for both, but I'd say 50-50.
How long do you think the main sticking points are?
We have 3 or 4 sticking points. I'd rather not get in. We'll be discussing them, but I think the main sticking point is fairness. Okay, please.
Is that back when you go? Why you don't do
No, the golf is beautiful. It's golf can never be bad, even if you play badly. It's still good. If you have a bad day on the golf course, it's okay. It's better than other days. But no, I think I look forward to this meeting. We've had a hard time with trade with Europe, very hard time, and I'd like to see it resolved. But if it isn't, we'll have tariffs, and they'll do what they have to do. But we have a good chance of getting it resolved. We'll probably know in about an hour. Shouldn't take that long. It's complicated, but not really complicated when you get right down to it, right? No. The August 1st is there for everyone. The deals all start on August 1st. Most of the deals, other than steel and aluminum, which we've been getting 50% tariffs from, I guess, just about everybody, and those have come in, and we've taken in, hundreds of billions of dollars just on steel and aluminum. You've seen the numbers. We had a tremendous amount of money coming over the last month, and it's coming in, very rapidly, which is fair. We have a lot of steel mills and plants, aluminum mills and plants being built. We have a lot of AI being built, and we have a lot of oil plants being built or going to be built because they don't want to pay tariffs. So, if they don't want to pay tariffs, the best way to do it is just build your plant in the United States. Yes, please.
What do you expect for the Europeans in terms of opening up markets for American products?
Well, they have to open up to American products. We're open to European products, and we have been for forever. I don't think we have, we just about don't have any. I don't think we have any product we can sell. I guess you could get a little bit cute with chips, but that's, a little bit different category too. No, Europe is very close. We don't sell cars into Europe. We don't sell essentially agriculture of any great degree. They want to have their farmers do it, and they want to have their car companies do it. I'm not saying anything that nobody knows. We have a rough situation. If we want to sell cars in Europe, we're not allowed to. And as you know, they sell millions and millions of cars, Mercedes, BMW, so many different, Volkswagen, so many different cars, and so many millions of cars. I would imagine number one, I didn't look at that, but I would imagine number one by far more so than in Japan. Japan sells a lot of cars too. But the Japan deal worked out very favorable, very good. I hope for them too. And that's what we want to do, make everybody happy. Yes, please.
Should Israel be doing more to Gaza?
Say it.
Should Israel be doing more to Gaza?
What did you say?
Should Israel be doing more to allow food in Gaza?
Well, we gave $60 million 2 weeks ago, and nobody even acknowledged it for food. And it's so, you really at least want to have somebody say thank you. No other country gave anything. We gave $60 million 2 weeks ago for food, for Gaza. And nobody acknowledged it, nobody talks about it. And it makes you feel a little bad when you do that, and you have other countries not giving anything. None of the European countries, by the way, nobody gave it us. And nobody said, gee, thank you very much. And it would be nice to have at least a thank you. And I took a lot of heat. When I do that, a lot of people aren't happy about that because they say, well, why are we doing it and nobody else? But I think we had a humanitarian reason for doing it. What's going to happen? I don't know. I can tell you that Hamas, as I said, would happen at the end. We've gotten back a lot of hostages.
a tremendous number of hostages, most of them. Now we have dead hostages, and the mothers want them back, and we have 20 people approximately, but that are living. But we have a lot of bodies, and the parents want those bodies as much as they would want their child if that child were alive. I met with parents that it was so sad. Sir, please get my son back. How is your son doing? Well, he's dead, but they have his body. And it's so important. It's more important. It's almost like more, but it's as important as if the child were living. These people were, they're devastated. And I said, when you get it down to a certain number, you're not going to be able to make a deal with Hamas. Because once they give them up, then they feel that that's going to be the end of them. And what I said is exactly true. They had a routine discussion the other day, and all of a sudden they hardened up. They don't want to give them back. And so Israel's going to have to make a decision. I know what I do, but I don't think it's appropriate that I say, but Israel's going to have to make a decision.
Mr. President, you were in the Middle East, you talked about the images coming out of Gaza and starving kids. The images are the way you're doing the worst, their children and starving. What do you see or feel when you hear this?
Well, it's terrible. When I see the children, and when I see, especially over the last couple of weeks, and people are stealing the food, they're stealing the money for the food. They're stealing weapons, they're stealing everything. It's a mess. That whole place is a mess. The Gaza Strip, was given many years ago so that they could have peace. That didn't work out too well. When Israel gave that up, whoever was the prime minister at the time, who I know who it was, but it was not exactly a very clever thing to do, because that was given so that they finally have peace, and it's actually made the situation worse. But we'll see what happens. I think Iran is acting up. I think that we have a lot of people acting up. We have Venezuela acting up in a different way. They continue to send people that we rebuff to our border. They continue to send drugs into our country. Venezuela, they've been very nasty, and we can't let that happen. But we have other countries too. We do have, and this is just getting a little off subject, but we have now the safest border we've ever had. And I think in many respects we probably have the most successful. And I say it all the time. Every leader, when I went to NATO the other day, every leader said, you have the hottest country in the world. We have the hottest country in the world. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We have the highest stock market we've ever had. We have the best numbers we've ever had. But we have hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our country. And I think it's the hottest. And by the way, 1 year ago, our country was dead. We had a dead country because of an incompetent president and incompetent Democrats. All they know how to do is talk and think about conspiracy theories and nonsense. If they waste their time talking about America being great again, it would be so much nicer, so much easier, be very successful. But we were a dead country, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Yeah. Any other question?
President Trump, on this particular deal, if you managed to do a deal today, will that be the end of the matter, or could it be more satisfying, particularly on finance?
No, if we do a deal today with the European Union, that will be the end of it. Yeah, we'll go, I guess, a number of years at least before we have to even discuss it again. No, that would be the end of it. And this is the biggest deal. People don't realize this is bigger than any other deal. We have great countries. I'm familiar with many of them. So are you. And this is really the biggest deal. I guess we're the biggest out there, and they're the second. And when we come together, this will be the biggest deal. If it happens, and it could happen. Should happen. Okay? Thank you. No, it won't. Pharmaceuticals will be, could be, we'll do something, but basically pharmaceuticals won't be part of it because we have to have them built and made in the United States, and we want them made in the United States. And I think it's easy to say, and I think it's important to say pharmaceuticals are very special. We can't be in a position where we're relying on other countries. Now, Europe is going to make pharmaceuticals, drugs, and everything else for us too a lot, but we're going to have also our own. Yes?
Can you give your assessment of what you feel the chances are dealing with the president just talked about 50-50 chance and the possibility there? What would you say are those things from here?
I think the president is right. We have a 50 to 50% chance to strike a deal. And indeed, it is about rebalancing. So you can call it fairness, you can call it rebalancing. We have a surplus, the United States has a deficit, and we have to rebalance it. We have an excellent trade relation. It's a huge volume of trade that we have together. So we will make it more sustainable.
Mr. Trump, can you better than 15% tariff rates?
Better meaning lower? No.
Mr. President, the British Prime Minister tomorrow, he's going to ask you to consider again the peace talks between Israel and Hamas. Are you now saying there's no policy?
Well, we're meeting about a lot of things. We have our trade deal, and it's been a great deal. It's good for them and good for us. I think the UK is very happy. They've been trying for 12 years to get it, and they got it. And It's a great trade deal for both. Works out very well. But we'll be discussing that. I think we're going to be discussing a lot about Israel. They're very much involved in terms of wanting something to happen. He's doing a very good job, by the way.
Also, Officer, did you speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu this weekend about getting more aid in Gaza?
I talked to him, yeah. I did. I talked to him about a lot of things. I talked to him about Iran. I think Iran's been very nasty with their words, with their mouth. I think they've been very nasty. They got the hell knocked out of them, and I don't think they know it. You know, I actually don't think they know. They really do. The whole thing's a con job. We have a lot of con jobs going on. But Iran was beaten up very badly, for good reason. And we cannot have them have a nuclear weapon. But they still talk about enrichment. I mean, who would do that? You just come out of something that's so bad and they talk about, we want to continue enrichment. Who would say that? How stupid can you be to say that? So we're not going to allow that to happen. We're not allowing that to happen. Will I do more aid? Yeah. The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today. That's an international problem. It's not a U.S. problem. It's an international problem, and we're giving a lot of money, a lot of food, a lot of everything. If we weren't there, I think people would have starved. Frankly, they would have starved, and it's not like they're eating well. But a lot of that food is getting stolen by Hamas. You know, they're stealing the food. They're stealing a lot of things. You ship it in, and they steal it. Then they sell it.
There's already said that Europe will be crushed by mass migration. I think that they're agree on that.
Well, I'll let you respond to that again.
So we have been working intensively on the topic of irregular migration, and we have from the very beginning said that migration is a European challenge that needs a European answer. As Europeans, we will fulfill our international obligations as we've done in the past, also in the future. But we as Europeans are the ones who decide who comes to the European Union and under what circumstances, and not the smugglers and traffickers. That's the principle in which we're working.
Sorry, I will say that, they did ask me when I got off the plane. Immigration, Europe has a tremendous problem. We do too, but we've sealed our borders. So we have nobody coming in, and we have hundreds of thousands of people being taken out. And the bad ones first, and I think we're doing a very good job of that. But it literally registered 0 people last month. You probably saw that, nobody. And Europe has a very similar problem. I think they're going to end up in the same place. You might as well go there quicker. And the other thing I say to Europe, we will not allow a windmill to be built in the United States. They're killing us. They're killing the beauty of our scenery, our valleys, our beautiful plains, and I'm not talking about airplanes, I'm talking about beautiful plains, the beautiful areas of the United States, and you look up and you see windmills all over the place. It's a horrible thing. It's the most expensive form of energy. It's no good. They're made in China, almost all of them. When they start to rust and rot in 8 years, you can't really turn them off, you can't burn them. They won't let you bury the propellers, the props, because there's a certain type of fiber that doesn't go well with the land. That's what they say. The environmentalists say you can't bury them, because the fiber doesn't go well with the land. In other words, if you bury it, it will harm our soil. The whole thing is a con job. It's very expensive. And in all fairness, Germany tried it, and wind doesn't work. You need subsidy for wind, and energy should not need subsidy. With energy, you make money. You don't lose money. But more important than that is it ruins the landscape. It kills the birds. They're noisy. You have a certain place in the Massachusetts area that over the last 20 years had 1 or 2 whales wash ashore. And over the last short period of time, they had 18. Okay? Because it's driving them loco. It's driving them crazy. Now, windmills will not come. It's not going to happen in the United States. And it's very expensive. And I would love to see. Today I'm playing the best course, I think, in the world, Turnberg. Even though I own it, it's probably the best course in the world, right? And I look over the horizon and I see 9 windmills, like great. At the end of the 18, I said, isn't that a shame? What a shame. You have the same thing all over Europe in particular. You have windmills all over the place. Some of the countries prohibit it. People want to know that these windmills are very destructive. They're environmentally unsound, just the exact opposite. Because the environmentalists, they're not really environmentalists. They're political hacks. These are people that they almost want to harm the country. But you look at these beautiful landscapes all over the world. Many countries have gotten smart. They will not allow it. They will not. It's the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy. But windmills should not be allowed. Okay. I did. I hope so. You're talking about Cambodia and Thailand? So I had an interesting event. We're dealing with Thailand, and we do a lot of trade with Thailand and with Cambodia.
And yet, I'm reading that they're killing each other, they're fighting, they're in a war. And I say, this should be an easy one for me because I've settled with India and Pakistan and Serbia and Kosovo was going at it, they have for a long time, in all fairness, and you know about that. And others, the Congo, and what's gone on. It's been a horrible thing with Rwanda. That's been a horrible thing. 31 years, 7 million, 8 million people killed. Machetes all over the place. It's a terrible thing. We got that one solved. We did 5 of them. And I was saying, we have a trade deal. We were working on another. We finalized another trade deal yesterday. I asked my people, I said, how are we doing with Cambodia and how are we doing with Thailand? And they said they're going to be coming in at some point to talk. I said, well, let's call them right now. So I called the prime ministers of each. And I said, we're not going to make a trade deal unless you settle the war. A lot of people are killed, that in a short period of time. The border, they're fighting pretty like wild. And I spoke to both of the prime ministers, and I think by the time I got off, I think they want to settle now. I know they're meeting today or tomorrow, and we're going to work with them. Marco Rubio is working with them, also his people, and him. I think we're going to get that. That'll be a great thing, but that would have turned out to be a bad one. And I will tell you, India and Pakistan, they were really getting ready to go at it. So getting those things settled, if I can do it, if I can use trade to do that, it's my honor. But I had great talks with 2 very good people that they both really would like to make a deal. So we'll see what happens. Okay, how about 1 more, 2 more? They are. Well, they're spending a lot on defense, but we're spending a lot more. And we've been very generous to NATO for many, many years. And but we had a terrific meeting with NATO. I'd love to do as well. We had a meeting where they put up 5% instead of 2%, and they're going to pay it instead of not paying. Because many people didn't pay the 2% or anywhere near it, and the 2% was too low. And we're going to be sending now military equipment and other equipment to NATO, and they'll be doing what they want. But I guess it's for the most part working with Ukraine. But we had a fantastic meeting. I guess it's now almost 4 weeks ago. One of the best meetings I've ever had in NATO, and the spirit and the coming together was incredible. And I stood and I listened to almost 30 speeches. That was a lot. And I was really late and I had to leave, but I didn't want to leave before those last 10 spoke because they go home and they tell their wife, Trump left. And they were so nice to the United States. They were all mentioning the United States and me, but they were mentioning the United States to me here in Cincinnati, etc. And I thought it would have been in a book. But I did stay. It was very hard because I was extremely late for something else that was, pretty important. And we had a tremendous NATO meeting. I'm sure you heard that too. It was great. They have some great people that you deal with on 2 fronts, right? But you deal with on primarily the trade front. But I will tell you, they came together and the relationship is really good. That was it's an interesting question because you probably have reported it that way. We came together and they went from 2% to 5%, which nobody would have thought that was who would even think that? Because they didn't want to be at 2%, all of a sudden they're 5%. And that's the right number. And so it was a great honor. I got to know the heads of those countries really very well at that meeting almost a month ago. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. We'll let you know what's happening. I will. I love doing it. I'll go. I'm not in the script, but I'll go soon. Okay? Thank you very much.
Also, this on your screen, a post from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Take a look. It says, the Department of Justice is suing New York City and Mayor Eric Adams for continuing to obstruct law enforcement with sanctuary city policies. If New York's leaders won't step up to protect their citizens, we will. Now, the Attorney General made some brief comments earlier this week regarding the situation. Let's take a listen.
New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. They have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over.
So that was Attorney General Pam Bondi earlier this week discussing that entire situation. Joining us now to talk about this even further is a Fox 5 News reporter, Lisa Evers. Lisa, what are we hearing in regards to the reaction coming from New York City leaders?
Well, you want to talk about a hot potato that dropped in his lap. This is what exactly has happened to Mayor Adams. He's being sued, the city council is being sued, other departments are being sued for the sanctuary city laws, which basically the Attorney General obviously is correct in what she's saying. These sanctuary city laws allow anybody to be in New York City, regardless of where they came from, regardless of what they did before they came from, regardless of what they're doing once they're actually here, and not have to turn over any information to the federal authorities. And I think that we've seen people be protesting ICE raids, that type of thing. People are not protesting the ICE arrests of these undocumented individuals who have committed crimes over and over again, as we saw with the shooting of the Customs and Border Protection officer just about a week and a half ago. That what's happening is these sanctuary city laws allowed for the migrant abuse that took place in New York City. And you have to understand, I'll give you context from the New York City residents' point of view. You had Mayor Adams in 2022 when the first buses started arriving from Texas and Arizona into the Port Authority of New York City. They're getting off. He was there to greet them. Welcome to New York. Not knowing who was who. People were giving names. There was no checking for any kind of documentation of any type of ID or proof of who they actually were. Saying, come to New York, welcome to New York, we're going to take care of you. And then we systematically saw over the next several years, various communities being decimated by this influx of hundreds of thousands a week that were coming in. And yes, some were law-abiding, were looking to start a new life. They crossed the border illegally, but they were taught maybe they were called asylum seekers, but there was no proof that they had actually filed any type of paperwork or made any kind of application. So what happened was the criminality that came along with it was staggering. We heard the current border czar, Tom Homan, he said a couple of years ago to the NYPD and to the mayor, we had him here on Fox 5 in New York, saying, listen, if you arrest any undocumented migrants that are committing crimes, you don't even have to bother processing them. You don't have to clog up your court system. You don't have to use taxpayer money to house them and feed them and have them go through this revolving door of criminal justice, which New York State has become under bail reform laws from several years ago. You just give them over to us, call ICE, and we'll take them off your hands. And the answer from the city was flat out no. So what Mayor Adams is trying to do right now, it appears, is a position that he's maintained for many months. It's been very difficult for people to understand. He says, we will abide by federal law. However, we are not going to aid in the deportation proceedings against undocumented migrants. Now, at other times, he said if they commit a crime, he goes, of course we will comply. But then, so it's not a clear policy. It's something that is confusing to a lot of New Yorkers. And I have to tell you, there's a lot of New Yorkers, we've looked, the population of the city over the last 5 years has gone down. The only reason it hasn't gone down so precipitously is because of these hundreds of thousands of undocumented migrants coming into the city, and many of them staying here. And this is a very, very sore topic with a lot of New York City residents in working class and middle class neighborhoods in the city, and especially in the low income, struggling neighborhoods where people saw the migrants. They got off the bus. Here's your package of benefits, a package of benefits. They had hotels. They didn't like, some of them didn't want to stay in the shelters because they didn't like the food. They didn't like the fact they had to eat in the cafeteria, didn't have food delivered to their room, or weren't able to have food in their room. They were given gifts, they were given prepaid cards, debit cards, prepaid, that they could use for necessities. They took over hotels. They shut down hotels. Hotels that had previously been tourist hotels had turned into these money makers for some of the hotel owners because they were getting so much money from the city to house these migrants in hotels. You look at the famous Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. We also saw what happened in the neighborhoods. This was the other story that we did a number of times. It was very, a lot of times got overlooked, was the impact on the residential communities. They built a migrant shelter on Randall's Island, which is an island in between Manhattan and Queens in the East River. It's accessible by bridges and footbridges. It happened to be the one area, the park area there, where kids from 3 schools in Harlem could actually have sports and actually have physical education. And those parks were taken over by the undocumented migrants who were in that shelter. We were there, Janae, you wouldn't even believe it. We were there after there was a shooting. There was gun running, police told us, coming out of that shelter. They were ditching the mopeds that they were using to rob people from women's chains, men's chains, purses, which were these robberies that were going on for quite a while. And then they just ditched the scooters in the woods nearby. They stashed guns around. They brought guns into the shelter itself. It was so brazen that they actually stole cars and parked the cars, the stolen cars, in front of the shelter. And then when that became publicized, the NYPD went in there and confiscated as many stolen cars and stolen mopeds and e-bikes as they possibly could. But of course, a week or two later, there were more because they went out and they stole even more. And then we're talking about the violent crime, the shootings, the stabbings, these types of things. New Yorkers have just really had enough. And it's it's mind-boggling that when you have a state like New York, where because bail reform, there's so many crimes that are, that do not require bail at all. People are just told to come back, commit a rape, do these other things, and come back to court or whatever, and they go out and they do it again. And one thing I've learned from covering the NYPD, they tell me almost every time that we're doing one of these stories, this person is a repeat offender, a career criminal. He has done this before. He will do it again, as we saw with the case, the shooting, the robbery on the Customs and Border Protection officer, which thank God he survived. It could have been so much worse. But this is what they're seeing. So a lot of people are saying the Justice Department is saying they'll protect New Yorkers. That is great. But for politically, this is a really difficult moment, especially for Mayor Adams, because he's trying to be the mayor for law and order, the mayor for safety and justice on the one hand, and then the migrant's best friend on the other. And he's walking a real tightrope because his whole handling of the migrant crisis, and let's call it what it is a crisis and was a crisis here in New York City, is just one of those very, very sore points with a lot of longtime Democratic voters, his longtime supporters in the communities.
All right, Fox 5's Lisa Edwards there. We always appreciate you coming on to really break down this entire topic here. Again, the Department of Justice suing New York City, some of the officials there over these sanctuary city policies. Now, there is so much to discuss within this topic. Unfortunately, we do have to end it here. But we will be checking in with you, of course, to see how this develops going forward. Thank you, Lisa.
All right, thank you very much.
Nelson. Secretary Scott Besson. Mr. Secretary, it's great to have you on, as it always is. Good to see you.
Morning, Joe.
Lead story, economy is showing swagger as tariff fears ebb. This is the Wall Street Journal pointing out that there was quite a bit of angst and hand-wringing back in April. A lot of forecasts that the bottom was going to drop out, and just flatly stated here, I know it might not be the favorite paper around the White House at this point, but they say, but that did not happen. And the economy is showing swagger now. But the Secretary, August 1st is a week from Friday, I think, and I think that's on everyone's mind. Any progress that you can report on some of our big trading partners?
Look, Joe, talks are moving along, but the important thing here is the quality of the deal, not the timing of the deals. And President Trump has created maximum leverage, as only he can do. And what we are seeing is that these imbalances built up over 20, 30, 40 years, and we are more concerned with high-quality deals than getting these deals done by August 1st. Our trading partners were told that the rates could boomerang back toward the April 2nd levels. We could continue talking then, but again, we're proceeding at pace with the negotiations, but we're not going to rush for the sake of doing deals.
We talked specifically about a couple of the countries we're talking about. I'll start with the Euro bloc. There was reportedly some messages sent to the EU that tariffs, the president's going to want more. He's going to want more than what the Euros had thought, maybe at 10% and maybe 15% or higher. There's word that they are preparing to retaliate or take some tough action, but then Commerce Secretary Letnick yesterday said he still thinks that there's room to maneuver and that there will be a deal. What do you feel? 50% likely that there will be? I know you don't want to necessarily show the United States' hand. Do you expect the deal to be done before August 1st with the Euros or pretty good?
Well, it doesn't have to be probably. It's the nature of the negotiation. There's a lot of back and forth. But I will tell you, and I'm not an economist, I'm an economic historian, and that the nature of deals like this is that we are the deficit country. So the surplus country will always feel more. We have a dynamic trade deficit with the EU. And so with the level of tariffs, so I would imagine that they would want to negotiate faster. They got out of the block. You're right, we're right back from post office last night, and I saw our minister, I saw the here, we did about 3 hours there, represent the United States in the international expo, and I think that the U.S. Pavilion is fantastic, so it's wonderful overseas. That is what we use to there, and our priorities are not being working for the Japanese government, our priorities are getting the best people and then make a decision. So he takes a lot of the at the end of the day, his decision all the way. And tremendous success there. Tremendous success at the board. And that is what a lady executive And again, I think that we should think, has the organization succeeded in its mission? You know, if this were the FAA and we were having this many mistakes, we would go back and look at why has this happened? I mean, if you look at as you said at the top of this broadcast, there was fear mongering over tariffs, and thus far we have seen very little, if any, inflation. We've had great inflation numbers. So, you know, I think this idea of them not being able to break out of a certain mindset, you know, all these PhDs over there, I don't know what they do. This is like universal basic income for academic economists.
Mr. Secretary, we had Elizabeth Warren on last week, and we asked her point blank what she thought would happen to the market if, in fact, Jay Powell was somehow ousted or pushed out or fired or something like that. She said she thought that the market would crash. What do you think?
I think Elizabeth Warren, Senator Warren, is in.
You want to run a marathon at 57 years old? 52, 51.
Did you eat your way through Tibet?
Yes, I am on my culinary tour. I'll be back Sunday, but I'm having the time of my life here. Are you running AdWords on your food blog? No. That's going to come back. So I'm back to the Weblog database. I'm just trying to make $2,600 a day. I know that TikTok got 22 likes. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to figure out TikTok. I'm gonna, right as they shut it down, that's when I'll figure it out. Well, that right, sure, buy you another Japanese pancake. Those pancakes, man, are next level. The fluffy pancakes here. Everything, actually, the exchange rate coming to Japan is so affordable. It's nuts. And this is a crazy week. It's a Tokyo Marathon, but everything is so affordable. The people are amazing. It's the best country to live in the world. For me, it's Italy, Spain. Yeah, I mean, Italy's up there too, but I would say Japan is like, it's definitely top 2 or 3. What do you love about it? Best food. You know, I went there. I took like 5 years ago, the older group done. So they were younger. And you know, there's a negative birth rate in Japan. And so number one, when you have any kid, but frankly multiple kids, the Japanese embrace you with so much love because they love seeing these big families. Yeah. They're unbelievably kind. We went to Kyoto, did the Professor's Walk, saw the Cherry Blossom Festival, basically ate over to Japan. That was my only vacation trip. I've done like 10 or 12 trips for work. I went with Reed Hoffman, and Reed set up this thing where we went through all these different parts of Tokyo and ate at this incredible sushi place. You have to go with somebody who can dial it in.
Yes.
And have all the hookups.
Brad, spent much time in Tokyo and Japan?
I haven't. I've been there only twice. And that was when I was 4 and I stayed in a really small room and ate really shitty food.
Oh, all right. So in 2022 when you became Oregon? Great. He's like, hotel, we got rooms. He's like, he's our hostel.
Yeah.
All right, and with us, of course, the next department. What kind of position you go for, Sax? Where should we start floating here?
Oh my God. Here you are with the disinformation starting already.
It's a compliment. Secretary of Sax is with us. DeSantis had a pretty great article on the Wall Street Journal.
Oh, really? I missed that one.
When they revoked the special administrative status for Disney, he wrote an article, I think it was Wednesday. Tuesday or Wednesday in the Wall Street Public. What was his premise? Was it corporate or was it culture? That wokeism is basically modern Marxism and we have to defeat it. This is his language, not mine, at every turn. And Disney needs to just be business people and not feed the vocal minorities inside of their company like every other company should. They should be subject to shareholder concerns that apply to the majority of shareholders.
Well, I think this is why I think DeSantis is doing well with the Republican base. And, if you see polling the Republican primaries, he understands that it's not good enough just to have this sort of Reagan-esque, totally hands-off government approach, because the radical left is advancing its agenda, not just legislatively, but through corporations, through ESG, really keep taking over key private sector institutions. And so he's willing to use government to push back on that agenda on behalf of parents or on behalf of, what he sees as the majority of the country. And so it's a very different approach than, the Republican Party would have been 30 or 40 years ago. This is why, in the parlance of the base, he understands what time it is. And what's required here is not, again, this totally laissez-faire approach, but rather a much more energetic, aggressive approach towards checking these bad ideas wherever they come from.
And he's not the only one. I don't know if you saw this week, Bill Maher went on a bit of a press tour, and he was on with Jake Tapper, and he made a very interesting, I think, point about liberalism versus wokeism. And it was quite articulate. He's a pretty good observer of culture. He said they're kind of casting out the liberals in the party for this wokeism, the intolerant nature of the woke movement versus the liberal movement, specifically under the lens of trans rights. But let's put that aside for now. We have a full docket before we get into the culture wars and the presidential elections. Let's start with, we'll go private markets to public markets because they obviously dovetail so nicely. Item 1 on the docket today, there is just a massive AI FOMO frenzy going on. Economist published a piece this week about the insane fundraising in the generative AI space. This is stuff like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, you've heard these names. And there are now 500 generative AI startups, according to this report, that tracks with what I'm seeing in the early stage, and not counting the OpenAI $10 billion from Microsoft investment, donation, rev share, round trip, whatever that is. They have so far collectively raised more than $11 billion. The article included this chart, which you can see if you're on our YouTube channel, and just tons of folks working in audio, image, and text. So we're basically looking at the multimedia, basically revolution of PCs in the 90s occurring again, and a complete platform shift. Doug Leone from Sequoia, one of the greatest investors in history of Silicon Valley, had this to say, and we will comment on the other side of this 50-second clip from Doug.
I actually think that AI is the next platform shift in the same way that mobile was the one before, internet was the one before. So I think AI is real. But I said earlier, we're going to overestimate it in the short term. We're going to invest in everything in the same way that in 1999 we invested in everything. But then Google came out of that, or Facebook came out of that. So I think you have to have a good head on your shoulder where you don't practice FOMO, where you don't chase every company. AI is real. AI is the next platform. But how do we not invest in everything that walks? How do we make certain investments based on market maps, based on thought processes that are more rational, and not do every investment just because every other venture firm is doing every investment?
All right, Shamak, what do you think of this massive influx? I think it's important to think about what the incentives are. As Charlie Munger says, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. I posted it into our group chat. Credit Suisse sent all their private banking customers an offer. They're now offering 6.5% for a 3-month T-bill. 6.5%. And if you go back to what we talked about before, when the risk-free rate is somewhere north of 5 or 5.5%, and banks are willing to give you 6.5% in the short term, you have to generate more than 3 times that to make an investment make sense when you're investing in the long term. So if 3-month money is going to pay you 6.5 or 7, if you're going to invest for 10, 15 years, which is what you need to do typically for a startup, you need to get 20 to 25%.
So there's going to be a lot of pressure for venture investors to put the money to work, because otherwise their LPs, their limited partners, the people that give them the money, will have this attitude that goes somewhere along the following lines. Okay, I've committed to you. Why aren't you investing? Because otherwise I can get paid 6.5% on the front end. And so this is becoming very problematic. What am I paying you for? What am I paying you 2% a year management fee for? So I think what happens, unfortunately, is the opposite of what Doug says. I think good investors will try to follow Doug's feedback and advice. And the ones that have a track record of distributions of DPI can do more of it than not. But I think most people will be under pressure to deploy the capital. And so the 500 odd companies, Jason, you mentioned, will get a lot of it, and it'll get torched because most of them probably won't amount to much of anything in the short term. You will create way too much correlation, and you'll have zero time diversity, which, as we've learned, is a recipe for terrible returns.
Time diversity being, hey, you deployed all this Web2 capital, Web3 capital, sorry, crypto, whatever, it's right.
We'll get a lot of it, and it'll get torched because most of them probably won't amount to much of anything in the short term. You will create way too much correlation, and you'll have zero time diversity, which, as we've learned, is a recipe for terrible returns.
Time diversity being, hey, you deployed all this Web2 capital, Web3 capital, sorry, crypto, whatever, in a very short period of time, you overpaid. Literally. Brad, when you hear Chamath talk about this 6.5%, and then you look at private markets, you invest across the life cycle of companies. Obviously, you're in some private companies we all know very well. Famously, Snowflake, I think your biggest win ever, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of private. How do you look at this when you're a steward of capital, public markets, private markets, and then just YOLO, just put it into, some T-bills or, bonds or whatever?
I mean, first let's just frame, right, the chart that you showed. I think you said, OpenAI, I don't know, something like $10 or $11 billion has been invested into some 500 AI companies. I mean, I happen to agree with Doug that this is a platform shift on the same magnitude as the internet or mobile itself. In fact, it may be bigger than both of those. But, when I look at $10 or $11 billion, let's put it in context. Meta's going to spend $20 billion in 1 year alone on AR/VR. And this is on an entire platform. So I don't know. I think whenever you have something as tectonic as mobile or internet, it deserves a lot of investment. And yes, it's going to be messy. And yes, Chamath's right. The cost of capital, frankly, is limiting the amount of money going into these businesses already. So we see a lot of dry powder sitting on the sideline, just chasing new ideas. I think one way to frame it as well is like, think about in 2000. We all knew that the internet was going to be big. We may have been lucky enough to conclude that search was going to be big. But if you invested in Yahoo or InfoSeek or AOL or Excite, you tore all that money went to zero, right? So now think about just these large language models, right? The foundation models which are driving the data development, OpenAI. You've got OpenAI, you've got Anthropic, you've got Cohere, you've got Character, you've got Stability, you've got Lambda. It is almost impossible to know with any certainty, much like it was with the search engines in 99, 2000. Who's going to emerge, where the value capture is going to be. It may all end up with Microsoft and Google. I mean, this may end up looking like iOS and Android at the foundation model level. And so, I think as investors, for example, on the foundation model side, I think it's very difficult to choose just one, particularly with the largest one is frankly captive and a proxy to Microsoft, and they're capping your upside return. So those are difficult investment decisions. That doesn't detract from the fact that I think it is as big as Doug suggests. And I do think there are going to be applications and tooling layer to come out of this. It's going to produce really big winners. I would say that we are spending an extraordinary amount of time in the space. We haven't made a lot of investments. I think we have to study, we have to get deep. And Chamath certainly and I have been investing in the space for at least a decade, maybe 15 years. But don't underestimate that the transformer model really did change the game here. And we're now producing impacts much larger.
Sachs, last week you said Web3 and crypto didn't kind of stick with you. You can see the use cases, and you, in the first inning here, or first at bat, you rattled off 3 or 4 really compelling use cases, from summaries to the assistant guide on your side concept. Is this akin, in your mind, because Brad has said it could be bigger than mobile, internet, mobile, AI revolution? If you're going to look at those 3, do you think it's bigger than actually mobile? And then we'll get into return profiles of 6.5% on cash versus what VCs have been able to do in this kind of market.
Yeah, I mean, so I agree with Brad and Doug that this is the next big platform shift, whether it's as big as mobile or it's more like social or cloud. I mean, those have been the big platform shifts over the last decade or 2. And I think this is definitely on par with those. I think Brad's right. We don't know where the value capture is going to be. Maybe it just all ends up accreting to the big companies who can make massive investments in the space. One difference between the internet ecosystem today and 20 years ago is you do have these giant companies who are not totally incompetent, right? I mean, they do have lots of talented engineers. And, like 20 years ago, you'd have the big companies would just sit on their hands in the face of a platform shift, and they just be sitting ducks would get disrupted. And that's not going to happen today. That being said, I do think that any new platform shift creates opportunities for startups. And it may not be efficient the way that these opportunities get pursued, in the sense that, yeah, Doug's right that there's going to be a lot of spray and pray. But I think that it is kind of efficient for the ecosystem as a whole, right? Because like any smart engineer with a half-decent idea ends up getting funded, and out of all of that, you get kind of a pre-Cambrian explosion where, the ecosystem evolves a lot of different types of businesses. Most of them don't work, they get wiped out, they go extinct, but there'll be some good things that get funded. So we're more like, I think, Doug and how we see it. We don't want to spray and pray, we want to be very selective. We want to put more money behind fewer opportunities that we think are better. And Doug Leone, I think he generally gives good advice of the tough love variety, and this is on a piece with that, and so I agree with him. That being said, there is a certain value to the ecosystem and having all these seed funds to spray and pray, right? Because it plants a lot of flowers, and then you see what blooms.
I would say, to build on tax, this is a perfect inefficiency. When you see it from the outside, you're like, well, this is super inefficient. Why so many companies? If you free your mind and just say they're experiments, 2 or 3 person experiments, $500K to $1.5 million in that first stage when I invest, right before you do when you do Series A is at 5 or 10 million. Milestone-based funding is back in the tech industry. And that was something, Chamath, that we lost for a little while there. People would just come out and they would raise a Series B out of the gate. No product market fit, et cetera. Now what we're seeing is people are raising that 12 to 18 months. They got their backs up against the wall. Speaking of tough love, which you referenced, Sachs, that tough love of, hey, you have to hit the next milestone. What did you accomplish with the 1.5 million in order to get the 10 million, in order to get the 30 million? That 500 is going to go 10x, 35,000 in these startups, but it will quickly whittle down as people go through this milestone-based funding system in Silicon Valley.
We haven't given enough time for a logical framework of investing to develop, which also is tied to a logical framework for entrepreneurship to emerge. We're just way, way, way too early. So the thing with all of these language models is that they are grist for the mill. And we talked about this before. If it was a highly proprietary asset, you would have never sold 49% of it to Microsoft for $10 billion because you would assume that it was worth $1 trillion. So it's a huge tell on the part of OpenAI, their deep understanding, and they understand it better than anybody else, that it's a bit of a capped upside. So what is uncapped, I guess, is maybe the better question. Well, if you look at the 1849 gold rush as an example, the people panning for gold, in my opinion, are the people building language models today. They're going to come and they're going to go. But who's going to win? Well, the pick and shovel providers won. Levi Strauss won. So what is the equivalent of that today? I think it's at the silicon layer, because you need to really re-architect how compute will actually work in a world of all of these models. Those folks will get paid. If you look at AMD and NVIDIA, they've been getting paid for years. They continue to get paid. They probably will continue to get paid even more. And so folks that actually take a step into doing something hard and difficult in AI, like custom silicon, could get rewarded. And then there's what I call the white truffles. What are these unique alpha white truffles? These singular sources of data that, when used in reinforcement learning, make your output just zing. And that's where I think Facebook is an obvious white truffle, Quora is a white truffle, but there are a lot of startups that could become white truffles if they gather enough data. And that's like a pretty reasonable framework. And so in that framework, if you apply it to today, there's way few silicon startups and there's way few white truffles. Instead, everything is the baloney in the middle, which is random people talking about some random model that's just going to, again, become highly commoditized. You have to remember, all these models are open source and none of them mean anything in the absence of the data you give it to train.
100%. Brad, hey, okay, let's check section.
Well, I want to add one of the pieces of news that we saw this week, which is OpenAI announced that its developer AI, they were cutting the tax on that, or basically the meter rate they charge to use it, by 90%. So I think this is going to be a game changer. I think this is based on the ChatGPT 3.5 API, and of course, coming out with 4.0 later this year. I've already had.
Explain to the audience what an API is and why this is important for those people who don't know.
This application programming interface, it allows a developer of some other application to build on top of you. So in other words, like a developer wouldn't have to use this chat interface to get access to the large language model. You could just submit your request through the API. And so
give an example of like a popular app and how they might use it.
Yeah, so I think like Notion actually had a demo that they published where it was a pretty incredible demo. Maybe we can find it, and it would do things. They added actions in the demo, like generate a task list. So you could take like a document or a meeting summary and it would spit out recommendations for next steps or tasks. It could, spit out a table. Basically, it's like autocomplete for everything that we talked about, right? So now Notion doesn't need to build their own LLM expertise. They just use the API.
So when the Notion app, you say, hey, I'm building a marketing plan, and you say, well, okay, give me a list of things that should be on my marketing plan for my new app, it sends a signal to the ChatGPT API, which will be on Azure, Microsoft platform, and then it gives you the data back. You don't have to build the language model.
Yeah,
incredibly powerful.
Notion has all the content that they need, but they don't have the AI expertise. Now they don't have to generate or create AI expertise in-house. They just use the API. It's really powerful. And just to finish the thought here, I think that one of the things that's probably misleading about these stats around funding and that there's like almost 600 startups already that are AI startups is that, what happens when there's a new wave is that founders are smart, right? And they know how to market themselves in the way that is most compelling to VCs. And they know that like VCs, frankly, are a little bit lemming-like in terms of their migration to the next wave and wanting to glom on to the next big wave. So VCs are now looking for AI. If you're a founder and you build one feature on top of the OpenAI API, now all of a sudden you're going to market yourself as an AI company. You're not going to market yourself as just a SaaS company.
And so that's valid. Yeah, I mean, it could be aimed or it could be like a great pivot,
Yeah, it's not totally one or the other. I mean, it's just that if you have a plausible connection to AI as a founder, you're going to start marketing yourself as an AI company. And so that's how all of a sudden you can have 600 of these companies, that are all of a sudden out there in the wake of this sort of ChatGPT. Is I think a lot of companies are recategorizing themselves.
I literally had this experience not 3 weeks ago, right before I went to Japan. Serial founder and team that we backed for that had an exit said, can I show you something? I said, yep, got on the Zoom, showed me a little proof of concept using ChatGPT. And he said, this is my idea, this is the vertical. And I just said, okay, what do you want? He said, $500K for 10%. I said, okay, done. Great, let's learn. And it's an easy bet for us to make because we know it's a zero team.
For OpenAI, the way that it can become a $1 trillion company is actually by cutting the cost to such a low degree that nobody else can effectively compete with it. And then at that point, they can become a small tax. You'd rather just pay it than try to compete with it. And I think for OpenAI, that's actually a very brilliant strategy. So that's how they could get to become very, very large in valuation, would be to become so pervasively relied upon, and where they take such a minuscule take rate of their participation in you building a company, that could be really effective for them.
Like Cloud Computing, right? Like we're going to take such a small tax.
No, that's not a small tax, that's a large tax.
That's the Dix and Shovels play in a way to create the developer ecosystem for AI. And to your point, I mean, I think you raise a good point that, what was their motivation to take such a dilutive round, the 10 billion at, what's the valuation at 30?
30.
Yeah, and does that imply that they're not confident? I mean, the flip side of it could be maybe they know they want to compete on the basis of rapidly, becoming the developer platform, and so they're going to subsidize that developer platform, with negative gross margins for some period of time. And maybe that's why they need a lot of capital.
And they were in kind of a reflexive loop of just cost of getting better versus the amount of money they had to get better. And so maybe they were forced to do it. And then in that point, how would you justify it? You would say, well, the other 50% is still hugely valuable, so that's enough for us. And I think that's very logical as well.
Brett, you have your finger on the pulse of LPs, limited partners who back funds like Jamal's, Saxon and yours. We heard 6.5% on your money for no risk. Well, in Jamal's position is you have to triple that if you want to be a private market investor. That's about 20%. 20%, rule 72, that means every 3.5 years you got to double. If you're doing that for a 10-year fund, you're looking at a 5x fund. Is kind of table stakes then, I think, just back of the envelope math. What are LPs thinking right now? Are they looking at this world and saying, I should be all in cash? Or are they saying, yeah, everybody thinks we should be all in cash, and therefore there's not going to get enough money in private, therefore there's an opportunity there. We know the 6.5% rate, that's not going to be here forever, maybe here for a little while, but we need to keep investing in venture, or are they just cutthroat about, like, let's pause venture investing, private market investing?
It's a great question. First, when I look at the 3-year treasury bill, it's like 4.7, not to quibble here, so I think Jamal's getting a little goosey on the 6.5. But the fact of the matter is, these
are goosey.
You get a little extra because you're super special. You're VIP, JP.
Oh. Maybe there's like some sort of bond rate that includes corporates or something.
I'm getting my 5.2 from Robin on my Robin account for JTrading, so it's
what is in that, Jason? They probably got some junk bonds and they're ripping you off.
Like whatever it is, I'm getting 5 points.
You are until you're not.
It's like 100% T-bill currencies and junk bonds. Look at the fine print, Jacob.
LPs have a 10-year view. They understand, like most people. I mean, listen, if you look out at the 10-year, the reason the 10-year is, that we have real interest rates at about 1.5%. So that's the 10-year less expected inflation when you look out, is because if people expect inflation to come down and they expect rates to come down. So if you were an LP and you said, I'm not going to invest in venture in the next 2 vintages, which may be the best 2 vintages we've seen in a long time because prices are adjusting, et cetera, and I'm going to move it all into some rate bet. First, it's just very difficult to do. They don't move their allocations around that quickly. Now, a wealthy family as an LP can move their allocations around really quickly, but if you're Texas or you're Ohio or you're a sovereign wealth fund, you're betting on the arc of value creation. I would say this, the consequence is they're narrowing their aperture as to the venture funds they want to allocate capital to.
Okay, explain that. Unpack who they are narrowing the aperture to.
We've talked a lot on this pod about the power law. And the truth of the matter is, whether we're talking about AI or software or anything else that people are going to be funding, it's 10% of the investments that are going to yield 90% of the returns. And so they're looking at that and saying, who are going to be funding? It's 10% of the investments that are going to yield 90% of the returns. And so they're looking at that and saying, who are the top 10 firms in Silicon Valley? I either want to get allocation to those firms who are seeing the best deals, converting the best deals, and are selective, like Zach's talked about, or we just don't want to allocate. So I think, what we saw over the last 2 years, Jason, was an explosion of new funds, an explosion of new, first-time, second-time funds. I think subscale, small funds with no DPI, they're going to find a really, really tough time, to Jamal's point about DPI raising capital. And you're going to see the scale players scale.
So part of that is clearing out the inventory from the last cycle. 2 news stories this week about companies, maybe struggling. Sequoia got off the board. Citizen, if you don't know Citizen, that's that app that tells you where crimes are happening in your city. Very popular in San Francisco. This literally goes off every 90 seconds. It's pretty dystopian. That company, Citizen, which is a pretty cool app, has raised $130 million to date. Sequoia led the Series A in 2017. They did a pay-to-play round, if you don't know what that is. Basically, if you don't invest, you get crammed down. How does the cram down work? Well, your shares in the company went down 10-1, and you probably got moved to common shares as opposed to preferred, which has a series of protections. They get their money out first, like that. But Sequoia refused to participate according to this story again. Sequoia did not comment on this. It's kind of something you don't do as a VC. When something goes bad in a company, you leave the board. You generally don't want to say bad things or taint the company any more than leaving the board does. So a bunch of cram downs happening, and then dovetailing with that, Instacart, according to the Wall Street Journal, had a big Q4 as a comparison to the public. Instacart, if you remember, we talked about it on the show, cut its internal valuation 75% last year from $39 billion to $10 billion, according to sources. Instacart's Q4 results, according to the Wall Street Journal, up more than 50%, even though order volume grew only 16%. Why? They started advertising on the app, just like Uber and Amazon. A lot of e-commerce folks are building ad business inside of theirs. So what do you think about what's happening as we clear out this private? Anybody have thoughts on Instacart or the cram elements? Either way with this and then
I wouldn't focus too much on those 2 companies. I think what we're going to see in the second half of 23 and all of 24 is a lot of medicine being taken, a lot of down rounds, a lot of structure. It's going to be a tale of 2 cities. The hot area, AI is going to continue to receive new investment, and all these companies that that received valuations in 2021 are going to have a day of reckoning. Either, if they're lucky, maybe they have a flat round or modestly up round, but a lot of them are going to have down rounds or restructurings. And this is going to be going on for the next year and a half.
What's your philosophy, Zach, on leaving the board? This is a really dicey issue. When you give up on a company, what's the best practice there? How do you do it without damaging the company? Obviously, the family relationship's going to be hard. What have you learned about this as a private market investor?
Well, I think that sometimes we like flip board members internally at Kraft just because people have different amounts of capacity. That's not a statement at all about the way Kraft feels about the company. It's just a reflection of our individual bandwidths or whose expertise are needed at that time. But when the firm itself quits the board, I think there's no way to read that other than a statement of protest. And I don't know what happened with that company, but it seems to me that again, it could be a sign that the venture firm isn't happy with the way that they're being treated.
The cram down, Jamal, that's a bitter pill to swallow. Why would founders do this cram down instead of just adding a little more to the top? And is there a way to do this without, going scorched earth or poisoning the well, as it were? Again, putting this app and Sequoia aside, this is happening all over the ecosystem. So is there a way to do this gracefully, or is it just going to be messy?
I think it's going to be really messy. To state the obvious, no venture capital investor ever quits the board voluntarily of a great company that's doing well. That would be dumb. So as David said, sort of like the proof is in the pudding. And at the same time, there are a lot of companies who don't want to see the writing on the wall and will do all kinds of gymnastics to try to stick a landing on a converted financing. And sometimes those things have real consequences to other investors who just don't think it's the right thing to do. I wouldn't read too much into this, except that good founders have a responsibility to do what's right for themselves and their employees. Nobody else. And the thing to keep in mind,
investors, really?
No, I think you absolutely have to prioritize the people doing the actual work. And if you actually did prioritize them, what you would probably say to yourself is, oh my gosh, there are people who I work with who I look in the eye every day. As investors, you'll see lots of them. But I have my fellow employees as a founder that I look in the eyes every day who've been toiling with me for umpteen hours a day, every day for years, and they are now totally underwater. What is the right thing to do for them? And I think if you just answer that question, you wouldn't do all these contorted things. You would just reset the valuation, you would refresh the equity pool, you would issue options back out to those employees, and you would move on. It's all these other things that get in the way of answering that simple question where people fucking.
I've done that before.
Exactly. You don't have a team, and you don't have a lawyer team. You have nothing.
I've done that before. I don't want to rehash my municipal experiences, but I was dealing with a company that I received for evaluation. It was a whole problem case. We all had this such evaluation after we issued options to the employees to keep them motivated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's not that it's the only deal, but it requires some amount of fortitude and understanding your priorities.
First, I think it's revealing that we think what happened here is so out of the ordinary. I mean, you flash back to 2001 to 2004. Sequoia, I don't think funded a single user in their portfolio. Right? Like, that's a time where you walked away from the ones that weren't winning and you fed the ones that were, because you have limited capital and you don't know when you're going to raise your next capital. This idea that you have unlimited capital, you can get money to anybody no matter what they're doing with respect to the plan, I think is a function of the last 10 years. But to John's point, the idea of tough talk, either out of CEOs or out of board members has been in short supply in Silicon Valley. This idea that saying the truth, just speaking the words about needing to get fit or needing to lower the valuation, that somehow that is founder friendly is not sensible. The truth is founder friendly by definition. And I think to John's point, the less complicated you make it, right? You reset the valuation, you re-up the option pool, and then everybody has a choice in it. And if the people who are on the board and backing the company choose not to re-up for whatever reason, they no longer believe in the path forward for the company, it's incumbent upon the founder to go find people who do.
That's not abandonment as being framed in this story. It is a trade. And I think maybe people like public market investors, nobody gets upset by a trade. It's trade to trade. But in private markets, there's a lot more emotion involved, a lot more relationship material, like this founder-friendly concept of like you're abandoned. It's like, no, the trade here makes no sense for this firm and for this fund and for these LPs, right?
Well, and sometimes the founder needs to have the courage to look in the mirror and say, what I'm doing is not working. I had a plan, I missed the plan by 70%, I'm lighting capital on fire, this is a charity, not a business. It's best to say it didn't work, shut it down and move on and do something else.
Okay, so of course you're referencing Salesforce, so we'll pivot to that. It's not that bad. But I think this is a good time to maybe talk about the public markets and inflation and what we're seeing in macro. So
can I have a question for Brad, actually?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so on a previous podcast, I laid out my theory of how you could just use the 2-year bond rate relative to the Fed funds rate to understand where the bond market's sort of prediction market about inflation is going. And a month ago, the 2-year bond rate was at 4.1% relative to 4.5% Fed funds rate. So in other words, the bond market was betting that interest rates will go down between now and 2 years from now, relative to where the Fed had it. So therefore, it believed that inflation had been conquered. Now, fast forward just 1 month later, and the 2-year bond rate is at about 4.9%. The Fed funds rate is about 4.5%. That is a massive swing, basically a basis point swing in the legacy 2-year bond rate. And so the market seems to be saying all of a sudden, not just that they expect rates to be higher and longer, but also that the Fed needs to keep raising it. And that is a big change. So, Brad, what is the basis for that? And what do we now believe about inflation? I think just a few weeks ago, we were thinking that this problem was lit, and the market took off like a rocket and ripped. Now, all of a sudden, it seems like investors are really worried that inflation is not over. So, where does this stand right now?
Well, I think when we started the year, the 10-year was close to 3.2, we're now closer to 4%. The 10 minus 2 is negative, it's been in the last 10 years. So the market is clearly saying, we saw some inflation prints that came in hotter. I think it's now consensus, what you guys have been saying out loud, that, although the second derivative is slowing, the derivative is sticking, right? We're going to get stock at 4, 4.5, 3.5. And it's the slope of the curve downward is going to be slow. We've gone from thinking we're going to have 225 to now thinking we'll have 3 or 4. And so I think everybody is now bracing for more inflation. We started in January, so the consensus was we were going to lose S&P at 30%.
Yes, my position is we should be prioritizing a family and children over a career.
And you next week, so it's gonna be important.
The men right here.
My thing is, everybody has tilted the camera on, what we saw in the last couple of months. My suspicion is
Yeah, because, men, right, we have to earn our value, women don't. So, a guy that has sex with a woman is doing something right. A woman that's having sex with a woman is doing something very wrong. So, I would say, I'm sorry, what's that?
I think it's a funny
The fear that this issue is uncapped, the way Larry Summers was articulating in November and December, is less today than it was. But what's emerged is this idea that we're going to
Women can do everything a man can do. We women need to have lower standards for women. These forces in the military. We would have a female sports team versus a male sports team. The reality is that women can't do what a man can do. That's actually not what
with the internet boom, which was, 2000 to 2005, rates were a hell of a lot higher than the rates are today. So
you're missing the point that it doesn't just end at the biology. Not only different biological, we're different in the way that we're wired, but that's huge because our biology dictates our sexual habits. So in other words, so you understand this. So
maximum uncertainty in the world.
Women look for quantity. So a woman is looking for the best guy that she can get to get a long-term commitment from that man. A man is looking for attractive women and having as many as he can. So in other words, a man that's having sex with a woman has to bring value. Versus a woman that's having sex with a woman does not have to bring value.
At the same time, this is happening.
So just end at the biology. Not only are we different biologically, we're different in the way that we're wired, the way that we do things, because our biology dictates our sexual habits. So in other words, so you understand this,
use that as a principle.
Women look for quality.
Whenever
Men look for quantity. So a woman is looking for the best guy that she can get and get a long-term commitment from that man. A man is looking for attractive women and having as many as he can. So in other words, a man that's having sex with a lot of women has to bring value. Versus a woman that's having sex with a lot of dudes does not have to bring value.
But what about a woman, for example, the husband makes up for another girl who cheats on her, so she's been married with her?
Well, that's where women need to be intelligent. Understand.
I'm in a situation where I thought that is me. I'm age 3, my mom had to bring me up with my
But right now,
brother.
what you're seeing is a lot of make
So
going
again,
on
And
in
stuff
the
like
soft
that,
light.
like a
So
mess
making
and
one just
pushing it. She has to do
pull
it.
off that image. So
Women can do everything.
this is
You
a
know,
really interesting chart of.
You're making me a little sorry right now. What I'm saying is,
it's not
So
emotional.
this is something that I saw on Bloomberg, which I thought was really interesting. And if you focus on the period of 2020 to 2024, what you see
saying that families operate equally, but there's a man and a woman. The woman takes care of the family, the man is the breadwinner because the woman has to be a service.
We're the new generation. If you don't get the new fucking generation, it doesn't matter.
The new generation is called, I'm trying to explain to you.
And
You understand that? Like this is the new generation doesn't mean that it's good. That's precisely why marriage rates are low. That's why divorce rates are high. That's why women are reporting unhappiness than ever before. Record amount of women are healthy. That's SSRIs.
Well, the reason is that there's all kinds of accounting tricks that you can use.
Okay.
I didn't expect you to get it.
No, I do understand it. It's just that you don't understand the problem. You're operating from a multi-premise that men and women are equal. I'm telling you that they're not. A man that's women is doing something right. A woman that's women is doing something wrong. We are not the same, okay? So since we're not the same, we're not paying standards. Okay, this is why a woman can be 21 years old, be a mom, and still be a millionaire. Versus a man needs to have money and status to bring something to the table to be able to attract women. We are not the same. Women are equally valued. Men are equally valued.
If I was a rich woman, I'm actually working for them right now.
Like,
I would take taking around and just have as much money.
recession is actually at hand.
You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. You might take a man for a period of time, but you're not going to take him seriously or long term. Women are not good providers.
Reset down to 2%. I would do it.
That's just not going to happen. Like most women, you know, women are sort of about where he's staying at.
There is more evidence that would.
And again, this is what I'm trying to say when I say biology almost always overrides social norms. Like you're operating from this feminist egalitarian mindset. I can be a breadwinner, my man will take care of my kids. Realistically speaking, you're going to lose respect for women. You're going to lose attraction for and you're going to show it. It's not going to work. It doesn't work when women behave like men or when men behave like women. We got to go the other way. Put the women back in equal. Have them take care of families. The men being a breadwinner and the decider. And that's what they're attracted to. No, okay, the society that we have now, right, is built by the nuclear family. All the microaggressions that we have, all the initiative that we made, it was made by the nuclear family. Now we're starting to go backwards because we still want to so much from women that are equal to men. So we're going backwards. Besides, society is actually getting worse because we civilize so much thanks to feminism. That's what I'm trying to say. The society we have now was built upon the nuclear family.
I just want to get getting to a stressful minute at the end of the day. Because all these men are now I have to do
Because we're superior to you guys, we can handle it. That's my point.
they want to spend as much as I am today. Like, I'm just saying, like,
So I just really dangerous to kind of know what data points and start to talk about things because there's all kinds of different ways to get back to
Okay.
Right.
Well, you're just take a point. Look, women can make money. What I'm saying is that to make money is not the same as when a man makes money. When a man makes money, he says, okay, I can take care of a girl and a man. When a woman makes money, what does she say? I'm independent. Ask yourself, independent of who? Independent of a man. When women make money, they look at it like, I don't need a man anymore. When a man makes money, it's like, okay, now telling me we are not the same when we make money. This is where everybody gets afforded by one's career or income, and it doesn't benefit us. Learn games so many people still understand that we operate in wildly different ways, and how we use resources will also be used in wildly different ways. We are not going to provide for and I'm not sure you took a lot of money. Many people provide for I would say doesn't hurt anything. Is all the money, time, dexterity, whatever you do, e-commerce sales in January does not matter. Does not matter. And if she's still talking about this, maybe saying my own will general, but here we are. That's the way we're talking about macro. I think when you spend this much time talking about macro, what we did is, like last year, I'm the first to raise my hand and say, hey, no, this is like our friend over there, and each of our friends exactly like is this something unknowable or unknowable for the next 3 or 4 months? I think this is better than ability to predict. No worries, man, someone cares. Wow, but imagine I would have seen it anywhere. Who cares? John, so he's like, hey, $8 million or just say, man, every guy know? Sure. It's not sure. If you look at it, let's take an example. Give me an example. So really understand this concept. Let's say I think you have a much better chance, particularly if you're playing at home, right? To try to guess the direction of that. Find 5 companies that you think are going to grow and earn more money, irrespective of the direction of rates and inflation, and enjoy your life.
I'm looking at the world, exactly. I'm seeing great founders, great companies, and $5 to $10 million valuations. I can buy 5, 10, 50% of these companies. This feels like the best it's been for me as an angel investor, seed investor, to see money for a long time. This is fantastic. Great deal flow. The deals are taking 6 weeks to close. We're having a very thoughtful discussion. People are taking the real short of how this is together. It is not low. People are building models again. People are showing their cash. They're being thoughtful about how they spend money. They're being thoughtful about salaries and hiring.
The harder it is to break.
What you seem to think that what we're seeing here is challenging our problem.
You need to go outside.
What are your thoughts about it affecting your day-to-day business as somebody who's coming?
Well, let's separate 2 things. So, because the tech ecosystem leverage the economy as a whole. The fact of the matter is that tech already had its bubble in 2021, it had its crash in 2022, and now we're largely on the other side of that. There's still a lot of companies that we talk about that need to restructure. Maybe during the bubble, we're not going to appreciate that. But if you're talking about new investment, new rounds, new companies that are starting with a piece of paper and blank slate.
I know that but I'm saying,
intelligent investments. Now, obviously, the innovation cycle doesn't have to do with the macro picture. I mean, technology wants to evolve, and it's great engineers and product people who drive those ideas forward. And you're not thinking about interest rates. I never thought about the Fed funds rate at all when I was founder of the company. So let's put that aside and acknowledge that innovation is going to keep happening no matter what the macroeconomic looks like. That being said, I mean, just for the listeners who have said, what startup founders, I tend to be a little bit gloomy about the macro picture right now because it's true that Brad said that you have good economies at 5% at least before. But I think you also look at the exchange of the rate at which the Fed funds rate has been going up. And if you look at the chart of rate increases, it is a very steep chart of rate increases. And I just think that for the last decade or so, we've been operating in this like zero interest rate reserve environment with lots of monetary stimulus. And I think a lot of companies, a lot of parts of the economy got addicted to that stimulus. They got hooked on drugs. Now all of a sudden, you're putting through this wall very, very quickly. And obviously, the wall payments are going to be worse. You can't take it all. So it looked like just weeks ago the Fed was done raising rates. Now they're not. We don't really know when they're going to stop. So I tend to be a little bit gloomy with respect to the big macro picture. Because I just don't see how you can change rates this fast and not even look at real estate, for example. We just saw the first year-over-year decrease in the housing market in a while. And again, that's all driven by rates. The housing market is going up.
Two big defaults.
Yeah, so I think that there's going to be some pain ahead. Now, ironically, from the standpoint of the tech ecosystem, everybody's taking all that stuff. And we've been right now.
That is a good way to look at each other in the same boat.
That's the segue to talk about that. I understood that with we're starting
loving family approach to running the company might actually give my sister a lot to become a cutthroat.
What I'm telling you is, a significant amount of men that are attracted to their hands and that have options. They're not going to deal with sex workers. You're going to have to lower your standards. Deal with what happened, guy. It's smart. By being an OnlyFans, you are a sex worker. By definition, you're a sex worker. Guys. No. You go pick one. Yo. Yeah, guys, relax, bro. Look. It's very simple. You're gonna have a hard time finding guys gonna take you seriously based on your work. Women that are sex workers.
You have a wife. You have a girlfriend. That's what I thought.
What does that have to do with anything?
Exactly. It just means like you can't even get it yourself. So like you can see me, I can't. Like what's that? I don't get that.
Okay. Who picks who gets sex? Men or women?
Women can choose if they want to do it or not.
Yes. Perfect. So would it be fair to say women control sex?
Yes.
Okay. Who decides if a woman gets married?
Well, the man does it. The boss is.
Okay.
You can say no.
No. The point I'm trying to make is that women control access to sex, men control access to relationships. So it's your job as the woman to get the guy to get down on one knee and marry you. So you sitting there saying, are you in a relationship? That has nothing to do with anything. That's like me asking you, are you having... You're a sex worker, which means you're not going to be able to attract or retain a higher status status. Your job is an inheritance plan.
Ahorita me olvides el coche, se ve buenísimo. Ya tú sabes. No tenés padre, coge para allá. No vemos mi padre. Dios te bendiga. Tú ves el sol. Wish I had thick. Big. Big small things. Looking at moon.
DNC Chair Donna Brazil, former RNC Chair Ryan Priebus, and Politico Capitol Hill Bureau Chief Rachel Bade. Rachel, I want to get to you on Epstein because you had a very provocative comment to make. Actually, what's provocative on this story? But you write, Democrats are running circles around Republicans on Epstein.
Yeah. I mean, look, smartly, they have totally seized on this issue, and it's really been a gift to them. I mean, they have been able to.
Download the NBC News mobile app now. News lives in the now. Look at this.
Here, is this going to really matter with voters when it comes to the midterms? But I would It would be political malpractice for them to turn the page right now and try to talk about anything else, because why not just the country see the Republican Party sort of melting down on this issue?
Don, how about that question? I mean, do voters actually care about this issue?
This is not about, fighting for Medicaid recipients, fighting for veterans, fighting for education. This is not about the what I call the day-to-day hustle in terms of issues. This is about a larger question. Jeffrey Epstein was a sexual predator. Ghislaine Maxwell, sexual predator. Republicans promised to bring all of this information to light, to stop protecting the well-off, the powerful, and the connected, and all of a sudden they're hiding. Mike Johnson, the speaker, would much rather have Republicans go home and sit than address this issue. So Democrats did the right thing and pressing the Rules Committee, pressing the Judiciary, pressing the House Oversight Committee, because voters want to see Democrats fight, not just on Medicaid and healthcare, Social Security, but they want to see Democrats fight, and they're showing that they're willing to take this battle to Republicans.
But this wouldn't be effective unless Republicans were going along with it, and you have Republicans joining Democrats.
And some are. I mean, two things can be true at the same time. First of all, Donna, the Democrats are absolutely hypocritical here. I mean, the fact of the matter is, where were the Democrats in 2001, 2002, 2021, 2022, 2023? They had Biden, they had the White House, they had the House, they had the Senate. Where were the resolutions from Democrats to release the documents? Where was Roe? Where were these Democrats? Look, the fact, I said two things could be true. One thing could be true. I'm going to give you a little bit of what you want. Number one, the Democrats are hypocrites. Number two, the DOJ needs to get their arms around this. They need to come to the public and say, we've had 2 meetings with Maxwell. Here's where we're going to go with it. Here's what we're going to try to do with the new information we have. And here's how we're going to actually bring people to justice that need to be brought to justice. I don't know what the DOJ can't release documents. One reason could be they're under seal. Another is witnesses have immunity. Another is there was a 2008 settlement that sealed a lot of these documents. But that all being said, I would suggest releasing what you can and showing the pathway to the public.
Mr. Chairman,
even though the Democrats
are hypocrites. The hypocrites are the people who promise to their base these conspiracy theories that we got something, there's some there. As soon as you let us back in the office,
so that's the reason Democrats.
That's the reason why Pam Bondi said in February, this is on my desk. That's why we are learning now that there was a birthday book and there was files and there was all this other stuff. It's stricter. It's true.
Over promise. Another episode.
But the hypocrites are the people who went out and made this conspiracy theory is bigger than life. So you're in the table, get married.
Being true.
It's also, if you're explaining, you're losing at this point. Scalise, Speaker, they've been making this point about Democrats. Where were they, 4 years ago? The reality is it's getting totally drowned out at this point. But I want to make a point though about you asked about Republicans. Yeah. They're the ones who are helping fuel this fire. And I want to say, at some point for Republicans on the Hill, this becomes about political survival. I've talked to a lot of these guys. They have never seen the United States come after them like they are right now. They have never been.
So really, it's something actual voters are talking about.
Yes, very much, absolutely. They're voters. They have never been accused of covering up for pedophiles. That's what they're hearing up right now from people back home. That's what they're dealing with in terms of attacks from Democrats and independents. And so at some point for them, it's not about Trump anymore. They want women and
Let me get to another point here, which is the larger context for the Democrats. Take a look at this poll from the Wall Street Journal showing voters nationally. Democrats have their lowest approval rating in the 35-year history of that Wall Street Journal poll. Donald Trump.
Democrats are in power, but you know what? Voters are still willing to give Democrats, it's only 3 percentage points, not 8, saying that if the election was out tomorrow, they will support a Democrat. Look, Democrats are going to have to learn how to play the long game. And the long game is they have to be better connected. They need to persuade voters. They need to go back to their districts and talk not just about Epstein, but talk about the real issues that impact American people, lowering costs, tariffs, and tax on everybody's money. But yes, we're also, we're not just in wilderness. We need a vision, and we need leaders to take us out of that wilderness.
To take a look at something else from this poll, which is a whole series of issues where Republicans are underwater, where Trump is underwater, and still the Democrats actually have a lower approval rating than Republicans.
Well, you don't always have to outrun the bear, you just have to outrun the guy next to you. So that's pretty clear in politics, and it's true. So now the Democrats have this Epstein issue, and the Republicans need to make it less easy on them. The idea that Democrats are interested in Epstein because of MAGA podcasters, I think is a little ridiculous.
So we saw the stuff at the Fed. First of all, what is it, President and the Fed Chairman? Right, somebody just asked me, what is Trump going to do if the Fed meets Tuesday and Wednesday if they don't?
It's going to be, this is going to ratchet up, and what he's trying to do is something called a constructive dismissal, you could say. And that means you make life so uncomfortable, and then you offer an alternative, and you say, look, do you really want to be here for 8 more months? We've got Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett here, who are people.
So you know, he's not going to fire.
I think Jerome Powell's life would be a lot easier to cut a deal and say, put Warsh or Hassett here, I'll move on, we'll make a ton of money, as opposed to going through a 9-month fight with Donald Trump.
The independence of Fed, so in the bond markets of the dollar, and to destabilize the Fed at this time, I think would be a huge mistake.
All right, we've got to take a quick break. Up next, ESPN's Stephen A. Smith on whether the Epstein saga has staying power and his grades for Democrats in more honest.
Where did you put the donuts that came in?
I kind of put them right next to your bed. Also, how's Peter's going? Should I be?
No, so far so good. Me and your mother get along, you know. Nothing but love, we love each other. So,
Has a dog right now somewhere?
none. She said she was gonna walk him, and I told her to put the leash. I don't think she knew how to do it, so she didn't go.
Okay.
But they haven't run out yet. It's hot as hell outside.
Anyways, man, I'm going with my friends. So go ahead and give them.
Oh, is it working out? You good? You happy?
Yeah, one of them even said that they're gonna take me to the gym so I can sign up for like a one day free Planet Fitness class. But like obviously I'm not gonna pay for that. I'm just going in there for 1 day.
Nice, that'll be nice. You better have a
So I'm
workout.
gonna walk in and like order it, and I'm gonna just immediately cancel.
Yeah. Exactly, that'll be perfect.
But today it's raining in New York and it sucks, so I'm not sure.
So it's just a relaxed thing.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we can leave on like Monday or something. It's not possible that that's okay.
No, yeah, your mother, well, my mother said that she's coming next weekend. So whenever she says that you guys are coming, you can decide to come with her. So next weekend, today is Sunday. So next week, Saturday, Sunday, whatever.
Yeah, next week Sunday.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Let me ask you, that's your vacation. You went to New York.
The reason I said that is because one of the friends I met with yesterday said that I have formal timing that they have to go today to PA, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. So I'm like, and then I said, oh, well, when are you gonna come back? And then she said, oh, I'm gonna come back at like Saturday. So I'm like, okay, then 1 more day, I guess.
Wow, that's crazy.
But like we still hang out on that day, so like it was just all the whole group hang out.
Okay, so that's good. That was good, you guys hang out.
Yeah, like, dude, I remember the day from start to finish, my favorite. With, you know Dimitri?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorites. Yeah, man, yo, when I saw him, I was like, damn, did he grow? Did he get a growth spurt? Because he's my height now. Like, actually my height. Like, because like 2 years ago, he was like, okay, like 4 years ago, he 5'8". I'm like, what? I'm proud for him. Yeah, he's like 5'7", 5'8". That's like 5'7" now. I'm like, damn, bro. I told him, yo, you get a growth spurt, but like, he didn't mention anything about it. And he said, I did not grow that much. Literally, when we went to my other friend's house, the Dimitri, the other friend's mother said that Dimitri must have been a growth spurt or something. Because everyone remembers him being like 5'4". Everyone remembers him being really short.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, that's awesome. Plus, you like basketball, and you always tell me, yo, maybe you can dunk for days, but I know I can't. And then now I see it today, and I'm like, what do you mean? You're like a little bit taller than, you're like, bro, what? You're taller than me, bro, what? You should dunk.
Right? One day.
He said he can't because of the ACL, but I'm like, sure.
That's crazy.
Good joke when he said that.
That's crazy.
I'm like, bro.
No. And then, what about your other friend? I think it's Damien, or what's his name? We used to go to my house to visit you.
We used to go to Samuel.
No, that said you go to the combat game.
Oh, Aaron, yeah. Yeah, meet up with Aaron at the afternoon because one of them don't really like him.
Right, nobody likes him. How's he doing? Is he tall?
Yeah, he's like 5'8" again.
I thought he was taller than you.
Oh, no, he's like 5'8".
All right. And then how's Angelo?
Good.
Everybody treating you good?
Hanging out with the management.
Oh, is he good?
Yeah, we're good.
Is he tall?
Oh, yeah, dude, he's on the Uber now.
Oh, wow.
We're gonna go to the park at 3.
Oh, yeah, how's the blue one? You still got water?
Yeah, I met Adriana, but Adriana told me before I got to the Adriana told me when I got to the park, Samuel was there earlier when he went home. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, Samuel is out there.
Yeah, I need to see Samuel. And I told Adriana to like make Samuel respond to my snap text because he doesn't text me. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Definitely see him before you go.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to see everyone before I go.
Seriously, you got a whole week to make it happen. What about Atana? Have you seen Atana?
No, I've seen it all.
All right. So say what's up to everybody for me.
Alright.
The phone is working, that's good.
Oh yeah, I just swapped one. Once that I just swapped to the other one.
All right, so you call me if you need anything.
Alright, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Y'all stop me for nothing, man. It's going. I'm sorry, go to from the party. Excuse me, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't commit any traffic violation. I'm not in violation of park people and that come around my license plate. That's legal. That's all legal. Okay, so what did I do wrong, sir? The window count. That's not dark. That's not dark. You know what? The percentage. You know the law requires percentage to be able to.
Ya, llegó ¿Qué lo que? Y se está pintando el niño. Se está pintando el niño. Oh. Y se está pintando el niño. No te llega a notar el niño. Qué bueno. Y se acordó de que estaba pegando. Ella me llamó y me dijo eso. Ella dice así, pa. Ella dice así, pero no la encuentro con ella. Sí, yo le dije que le ofreció y que él lo va a pensar y me va a llamar. Sí. Es un niño. Hold up, I'm over. Sí, ojalá que salga. Ay, ojalá que lo venga. Ah, sí, sí, sí. No, los ciegos. Y yo se lo voy a dejar a ellos. Y Natal no ha pasado por ahí. Ah, sí, lo vi. Ah, sí, 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 que me viene esa. Ah, qué bueno, qué bueno. Ah, no, no, no. Ay, no, no, qué bueno. Pues mira, si le trae problema, muchachos, que me llama. Ah, no, no, que hace mucho calor, estamos tranquilos. Ah, ok, estamos bien. No, 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 estamos bien, estamos. Ah, no, no, ustedes también. Está bien, no le llamen. Vamos, vamos.
We all have moments too important to miss. Moments that are first adventures. Moments that are worth making one more stop. Moments that are worth another cup of coffee. Exxon and Mobil stations are here to fuel all those moments. Our premium products, industry-leading technology, and friendly hospitality help you go the extra mile. So go on, get in that perfect moment. We'll be right there with you. Every mile, every day. Go on. You love it, Exxon and Mobil stations.
There's a reason shift is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving, doing what they do best. Helping neighbors, pitching in, getting each other. But there's only America's most human truck will do. And every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver. And the bill comes standard.
I'm betting there are so many jackpots that you never know when money's going. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. That NGS casino. Jackpots. So many. $100% deposit $1,000 plus $45 on that. That's frustrating. It's frustrating for me. What's gonna happen? What are you gonna do? Use some of that boxing you've been doing? If you're an alcoholic, you get caught.
white belt going against a black belt conspiracy scheme. You got it.
How many different numbers does you got?
USDA choice ribeye. That must have cost an arm and a leg. I can even afford the barbecue these days, am I right? Didn't cost that much at all. I can see that now.
Kid, no jumping off the low price sign.
The lowest prices of any national grocery store.
Listen to your mom.
It's an Aldi thing.
Every day we grow. Through it all, AmeriChoice is there and committed to being your trusted financial partner. We are dedicated to providing loyal support and guidance throughout your financial journey. Grow with us today and tomorrow.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is happening now at Jack Giambalvo Hyundai in York. More shipments have arrived, and it's time to get a great deal. Right now, get a new 2025 Palisade with 0% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and get 0% financing for 60 months. And we have no add-ons or addendums added onto our vehicles. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at giambalvohyundai.com.
I've been at Montana PD for about 8 years now. I spent a good part of my time here at the police department and narcotics task force. Working here in Southern California, the weather is always pretty much perfect here, except for certain days like we have today where it's pretty good downpour. We kind of have to acclimate to it, but we'll get through them. Got this car in front of us here. We're gonna check it out. He's slow rolling through your neighborhood and look a little suspicious, so we'll see what they're up to. 41 track. Cypress, south of Santa Ana.
Camera recording started.
What's up, man? How you doing? Do you have an ID, man?
Yes.
Who's this guy in the back?
What's
Okay. Can you wake him up? Did he sleep or what? Hey, wake him up.
Amber, wake up. Wake up. Big forward.
Wake up. Do you have your ID? Huh? You don't? Where you guys coming from, man? Huh?
From my friend's house.
Okay.
This is experience.
Okay. Like when you guys live there?
No, actually, our friend.
Huh?
Our friend.
Oh, your friend? You've been arrested before?
Yeah.
Where at?
Orange County.
Okay. Is there anything illegal in the car? No dope, no fight? Okay, then we can come out.
I broke my back. I'm disabled, so
Okay.
I'm not sure.
What happened to your neck, dude?
I fired my mom.
Nothing illegal on you?
No.
No matters or anything? Alright, sit on the bumper. Come on here. Hey, wake up. Nothing illegal on you?
No.
Alright, go sit on the bumper with me. Amber, come out here. Wake up. Come out here. Nothing illegal on you?
No.
Alright, go sit on the bumper over there. Alright, there's nothing in there, no pipes, no med there, just be honest with me now, okay? Because if I find something, somebody's gonna go to jail. If you're honest with me now, you're probably gonna take and you guys leave. What's gonna be now?
Yeah, I'm good though.
Some meth or what? Okay, sit on the front of my bumper, please. Where's it at?
Back there.
Okay. Anything?
Not that I know of.
Okay, is there anything in the back?
No.
No bill, no pipes? Okay, alright, sit down right there, please. Just a little one? It's like another bag under the passenger seat here with some scales, some more meth in it. It's like he stuffed this fanny pack under the seat and we pulled him over. Is that appropriate? Sure.
Oh man.
For that?
It's
You have meth in there, dude. Sir, I'll deal with it right now. Please, just right on your seat, you put it there.
No, so.
What's the deal?
Sorry.
You guys go pick up or what? Is that why?
No, no. We went to pick up my friend. We tried to pick him up and he didn't answer. I put that on anything, I swear. We could call him and he'll answer and he'll be there, I swear. That's
Alright, give me a second, alright? I'll be right back to you. Can I send it for real quick? Alright, well, since you were honest with me, dude, that's something I appreciate. Like, I'm honest with you guys straight up. When I say there's anything illegal in the car, you're honest with me. You told me I got some mess in the back, which is cool. You told me where it's at. So, for that, and due to, you got your neck problem going on with the cane, I'm gonna give you a ticket here, and you have a court date you have to go to in a few months, okay? So it's for the possession of meth. It's basically like you're getting arrested right now, but you're basically not going to jail. You're just gonna get a ticket promising that you're gonna show up, okay? All right, dude. You guys are free to go, all right?
Why is he didn't help me answer? That's not my
Okay, so what I told your friends is that I'm honest with you guys as soon as I come up. I asked you guys, hey, just listen real quick, friends. I asked you guys anything illegal in the car, anything like that. Your friend was honest about it. You say, I have meth in the bag. And that's right where it said it, I gave you a couple opportunities, right?
Nice.
Okay, let me finish. All right, I gave you a couple opportunities. If there's anything else in there, and you gave me that look, I think you knew. Because you gave me a look.
Okay, but that's the only thing.
I know, but you gave me a look, you're like, and I knew right there, like, hey, you're gonna have something on your side. And you stuffed that thing back. Okay, well, you pushed it under your seat.
No, it was up here.
And it had the same marijuana containers that were in your pocket. So I can only say, that's the switch one, the grinder.
The grinder is all I have.
So it's always, hey, listen.
I think those hands all the other house.
Hey, look. When's that time you're arrested? When's that time you're arrested?
I've never been, never.
22? Okay, look. It's not the end of the world. It's a possession case of meth, okay? So listen. Today you're gonna get arrested for the possession of meth. That was in the fanny pack, okay? So you're gonna get taken to the Fontana police station on the street. You're gonna be given a ticket, and you have a court date in a few months, okay? They're gonna fingerprint you and stuff, and they're gonna release you, all right? All right.
Viewer discretion is advised.
What are you doing up there?
I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just send me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
That's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
I have been using the GLP-1 injections through hers for 4 months. I have lost 30 pounds.
Hers has changed my life. They were there for me.
I didn't have that food noise in the back of my head anymore. I feel much more comfortable with myself now.
I have lost 40 pounds. It is never too late to make a change.
I have lost 29 pounds. I am all back in love with myself. See if GLP-1s are right for you. Start today at forhers.com.
You want to order it? Why not make it? Start by leading. Start by shredding. Start by folding. Not that fold. This fold. Go half speed. Go full speed. Go big, bigger, biggest. Make spirals. Make pasta. Make something that makes people go, yeah, you did. The KitchenAid Foldless Stand Mixer has the power, capacity, and control to get you started wherever you're starting from.
Why do you need Lysol air sanitizer? Because coughs and sneezes aren't the only things that linger in your air. Odor-causing bacteria does too. From stinky feet to stinky diapers, your air remembers. Unlike air fresheners, only Lysol air sanitizer eliminates odors by killing 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in the air. Scent can't sanitize. Lysol can.
$5 duo and BK step up to the plate and have it your way. Get two of your face, it's up to you. Just figure it out. They hit the drive through. BK, having your way.
I've been in law enforcement for 8 years. I've been with the Lafayette Police Department for a little less than 2 years. I've always enjoyed interacting with the community, trying to build relationships with the people that are going to be on a daily basis. And in my experience, it goes a long way. Whether you just drive down the road, whether you dispatch to a call, the relationships that you build with the community on a daily basis, it helps out a lot.
You know, and there's a one person who actually comes on out there, you can get connected, but no person.
So we're about to a hostage domestic service right now. Email call, her boyfriend's unclear. If the boyfriend's fighting with her with another male, one of them possibly has warrants as well. Somebody upstairs, and they're sitting on the stairwell. What's up, man? What y'all from? Oh, from all back to you, man. What's your name? James. All right, do me a favor, just put the beer down real quick. No. I'll explain you to put the beer down, please. All right. Stand up. Look, hang the off. No, stand up. No, put your hand in my. I'm not doing that, sir. Sir, I'm not doing that.
Sir, what's going on, sir? Sir, what's going on? You just hit me for nothing. I'm not doing nothing. Sir, what's going on?
I got it.
I mean, I come down my keys up my cup here in my pocket.
Take on now.
All right. What's going on?
Let me tell you.
What's going on? I need to grab the phone. Grab my keys. What I did, sir? Man, you put me in my 61. Man, what? I didn't find you. I can grab my phone and grab my keys like that. Sir, what did I do? I got old bro. No, you see it, boy. Come on down.
Listen to me, this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna put you in a court and figure out what's going on.
Nothing's going on.
All right, well, we're gonna figure it out.
Me and my lady just had an argument. That's it.
Stand up.
Man, if you calm down, you can explain something.
think you're a bad person. But a bad situation again, okay? You are being placed on the arrest, okay? You are involved in here with the investigation, and that is I don't know what your mom will do, and you will get over the investigation. All right? I didn't think so. I'm sorry if you only did what you see. So, I think it's your mom that we're trying to get you out of jail as soon as possible, okay? What's up, man? Look, I'm not gonna make a big deal about that, but you do understand that by putting your hands in something like that, you're gonna be pretty sorry. I understand that.
Un apoyo, pero está cerrada que es lo que tú quieres. Lo de cada que tú no puedes estar ahí. Pero un apoyo. Así me acabó de afuera.
That fall could have killed one of us. That's what I was worried about. Do you feel like you need an ambulance to come check you out? You don't need medical attention or anything? I'm not asking you. You got an emergency in my home. And when I saw it, and you cut him off there, I got him in the phone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the small decision, that's it. And the black guy in the tree, you know what I'm saying? You save one. You use that to the tree. You know what I'm saying? But all you need to do is when you pay it, I appreciate that. Well, I really want to do that. You people, don't do this, you know?
Working on the weekend like usual. Way out in the deep end like usual. Niggas swear they pack. Stuff they doing too much. Haven't done my taxes, I'm too turned up. Virgil got a paddock on my wrist going nuts. Niggas call me slipping once a peso what? Someone hit your block up, I tell you who's us. Man, a house in Rosewood, this shit too plush. Say my days enough.
So I'm reading a story that says that the guy that was
I appreciate that. It was a long way, man. Many people don't usually do that, you know?
I deserve a little carried away, man. That screwed it up. He was going stupid.
You're under arrest for the one though and resisting, okay? All right, man.
Yes, listen to your man.
Your car works hard.
This one beautiful.
He deserves
This
more. So, the guy who tried to ride taxi is 34 years old. That's why Shell Repower Nitro costs free gasoline. Remove up to 100% of performance dropping deposits to rejuvenate your engine performance. Giving your car the fuel it deserves. I mean, are you at all concerned that his people Shell Repower Nitro trying to cut back more performance in one of those situations where everyone just kind of accepts that, hey, we tried to rob him. He got killed.
You get you to a live show right here.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, let's
Put some things here to get you closer to it. That's the next week.
It is what it is. We got people that love
You
it.
see, when you
got
treat it right,
family members too. So.
every moment feels like
And if for something like that, it might be a thing.
Download and play today. ETB Savage was assassinated in River Oaks, Houston, on Thursday evening. Like, so you got that apartment, right? Pretty moved out of the city.
No, I'm staying in the city. And I'll let that for real. Hey, bro.
Dude.
One of these is like, tough to get up.
USDA choice ribeye.
Well, ETB Savage, I appreciate you coming in and sharing your story. I'm very, very happy that you're alive, and your girl is alive, and your son is alive, most importantly. Because that's ultimately the real, that would have been the real tragedy. In this situation, the biggest tragedy. In this situation, something happened to your son. And I'm glad that he didn't actually get to see it, because something like that, how old is he?
Congressman Scott here.
4 years old, and even at 4, you might have some images. If you saw that might let you into.
Never before a face-to-face interview with the camera.
Why now? I mean, am I the evil culprit?
Listen, you did the right thing. I think that we all agree that watching this, you did the right thing. At the end of the day, that guy got exactly what he deserved. And, just be safe out there, because like you said, you don't know, there's people who care about this guy, right or wrong. And just live safe out there. And if you can't go out of the city, if you can't move to a different region, my suggestion is that you do that. Because at the end of the day, no amount of money and no money can go for a life, with a life of something else.
Because the good never stops.
You, me, Thursday night.
ETB Savage was assassinated in River Oaks, Houston, on Thursday evening.
Big winnings.
You're not invited.
Rest your luck. Thursday night is 7 Street.
And some healthcare advocates are sounding the alarm about a potential shakeup that can affect every American with health insurance. A source telling us that Health Secretary R.F.K. Jr. is planning to file every member of the influential task force that decides what preventative services must be covered by insurance at no cost to patients. That includes tests like colonoscopy, mammograms, and HIV prevention. The source telling us is planning to oust all 16 members of the panel. After the Supreme Court has overturned the judgment of my legal education. Now, districts are expected to build federal aid for education programs. Arthur Jones, second, how education reduces schools are returning with widespread confusion. Earlier this month, the Trump administration federal funding review rattled the education board by causing cuts to some programs and disrupting planning, including a $6 billion freeze that was funding teacher instruction, student support, English language learning, migrant education, adult education, and after-school services. But after multiple legal challenges and criticism from senators, the Department of Education now says schools will receive congressionally approved funding this week. This will file federal civil rights discrimination law. Meanwhile, uncertainty for education secretary Linda McMahon reshaped the department. McMahon said she did not fund social services or claim that the property was the state and parents, and moving court functions up to that education to other agencies. But as new families report in federal government continues, some of us are changes in process and oversight for underserved students in schools is underway, and that recent Supreme Court decision makes it illegal for the Education Department to fire hundreds of employees who are physically inside the agency in the past. Starting this Friday, Arthur Jones, the second came coming up here on ABC News Live to provide a new app that says it's here to help us safely discuss that. But someone wondered if the T is an invasion of privacy. That's next.
Vermont is somewhere I've always been interested in. So I've decided to take a road trip through the Green Mountains to visit places I've heard about and meet some of the people who help make Vermont what it is. But part of what also intrigues me are the people who live there, especially those committed to protecting our forests and rivers for future generations. This has truly been an incredible experience. It doesn't matter what age you are or what your background is, this place will welcome you.
Meet Linda, nurse manager. As you can see, Linda's hair is on fire. Why? Well, because she's short-staffed and can't find a contract nurse that fits in. If only she had Hallmark Einstein 2's workforce intelligence and staffing technology, she could put together a pool of her own nurses. Sadly, Linda doesn't have Hallmark. Next time culture clash has your hair on fire, don't just outsource, insource.
Wish you could apply for a credit card that won't ding your credit if you're declined? With your big financial friend, you can. With Experience No Ding Decline. Get the Experian app now. Experian.
This is where it happened. People still come up to me to talk about it. You're not paying for the stories themselves. Just get yourself in the right position. You never know when a play will become legendary. When the moment comes, will you be ready? Make it easy, you'll never forget when you bet on baseball. Bet on GM Sports, make it legendary.
Wish you could apply for a credit card that won't ding your credit if you're declined? With your big financial friend, you can. With Experience No Ding Decline. Get the Experian app now. Experian.
On Hulu.
I've never seen that many skulls remains thousands.
This killer, she's the dumber you've never heard of.
There were mannequins, almost like it was a cloak.
I felt the presence of people.
Never before a face-to-face interview with the camera.
Why now?
Let me ask you, am I the evil culprit? The accomplice. I'd like to know how the audience views me. The Fox Hollow Murders, Playground of a Serial Killer, only on Hulu. That is for me.
We're being pulled by some huge force.
Oh, wow. Would you look at that?
It's coming from the awesomest place on earth.
Watch the best animation together in one place.
In 5 seconds, you will reach your destination.
Here we are.
Swing.
Hulu Animated. Your animation destination.
The top stories, biggest headlines, and viral moments. You give us less than 10 minutes and we'll keep Here's what you need to know. New every day, streaming on Disney+.
Welcome back. Some new members of the Baseball Hall of Fame are set to join the ranks of Cooperstown legends. Last night, Parade of Legends was a crowd pleaser. Though some bad weather postponed today's festivities, but the ceremony just underway. Seattle Mariners led the Elite Drill, becoming the Hall of Fame's first Japanese player after a 19-year MLB career in 9 years playing in Japan. Yankees World Series champion pitcher and Cy Young winner CC Sabathia, he's among the other players inducted today. Now, have you heard of the T? No, we're not talking about the latest hot goss. It's a new app that says it's created to help keep women safe while dating by allowing them to upload photos of men they say they've dated or may date. And while creators tout the app as a dating safety tool, some men argue it's a threat to cybersecurity, sounding the alarm about their photos being used without their consent. In fact, just this past Friday, the app says they suffered a major data breach resulting in a leak of over 70,000 photos and other files. During our conversation now is popular relationship and dating coach Anwar White and cybersecurity and data protection expert Caitlin Sarian. Now, thank you guys for joining me. Anwar, I want to start with you. The Office of Women's Health.org says about 40% of college women have experienced violence or abuse in a dating relationship. This app could be a revolutionary tool for women's safety, working almost like a group chat. How can sharing information like this among women be helpful?
Yeah, so I understand the intention of the T app, right? One of the things that I experience as a dating coach every day is my clients saying that they don't feel safe while they are dating. I will say that I do have reservations on this specific app, and the reason I have that is because there's a difference between people who are talking about their experiences in a private way, and then also people that are talking about their experiences in a public way. One-sided conversations can permanently damage someone's reputation, and if they're unverified, right, that can really do damage.
And where do you think the line is drawn to distinguish women's safety and essentially putting someone else on blast?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Like I was saying before, I have some serious concerns about this app, right? Men have no way to actually respond to accusations. They can't correct any false information. And especially when we're talking about having their photos removed or having their photos used without their consent, I think it's a major issue. And so, right, I understand the intention that we want women to feel safe while dating, but I do think that there are other ways that they can do it. Ultimately, this is about consent. And for most of the men that are on that app, they didn't have consent in using their personal information and their photos being used.
All right, Caitlin, I want to go to you now. You call yourself the cybersecurity girl. Are there risks with an app like the T?
There are risks with every app. So I actually find it very interesting that people trust an app developer over a person that they could potentially meet in person. I mean, this actually wasn't a hack. This was like a leak. And it's basically like if you were to think about a company verifying you the old school way, right? Like we print out a piece of paper with your ID, and then they actually just like left that file open on the sidewalk, and whoever grabbed it, and it was now open to the public. So it's a leak. It was a vibe coded app, which means that they basically used AI to build this. They were not coding experts, and because of that, they're not thinking about it from a cybersecurity or privacy perspective. But then there's a bunch of women that are going on this platform thinking that it's safe, believing and trusting whoever's built this app is building it for the best with the best intentions, but really they're trusting these people blindly. And I think there's a huge issue right now with our culture where if it's on an app or it's on a website, it's similar to misinformation, disinformation, right? We're blindly trusting the people that are behind the technology, but for some reason we're still not able to trust someone that we potentially meet in person. So I think there's a very interesting culture shock and difference that we need to start maybe filtering through. But I'm a data privacy expert too. I lived in London for 2 years. I think this is a huge privacy risk and issue when it comes to the men. And I want women to be safe online as much as possible. And I also want men to be safe online dating. There are a lot of risks with online dating. We can definitely talk about the things that we need to do to keep ourselves safe. But
have some issues, but the whole idea of the app was just to make people safe when dating. So do you have some tips that you can share with online daters to make sure that they feel comfortable putting themselves out there?
Yeah. I mean, one of the options of this app is like reverse image search and find out all the other profiles. That's been an option for a couple years now. So if you're already weary, if you have that gut instinct like, oh, this doesn't seem right. Like one, I don't get your real phone number. Set up a Google Voice number. You can get so much information on people to their phone number. Two is I would reverse image search. See what other profiles are out there. Look at their social media. What is it? What do you feel when you're looking at that social media? I mean, us humans have a very good like core instinct of we can usually tell whether someone's good or bad, right? So start doing your research on other apps outside of this T app that's like all encompassing, right? So don't give your voice, meet in public. Don't be giving personal information. Like don't ask them to pick you up on a first date, give them your address. Like just be very mindful of the information that you're choosing and electing to share with a potential stranger.
All right, guys, gotta swipe right. Anwar White and Caitlin Sarian, thank you so much. I'm Mike Ajachi. Thanks for streaming with us. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. And if you're on the go, we're on the ABC News app and abcnews.com too. And up next, on the red carpet presents the Fantastic Four First Steps, and a behind-the-scenes look at Marvel's latest box office hit.
Marvel's first family is taking on for adventure in the Fantastic Four First Steps.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself.
And seeing a movie like this as a kid in the theater is the reason that I'm here today.
We're asking the all-star cast everything you want to know.
The question on everybody's mind, will the baby be born with superpowers?
Oh, shoot.
You'll join the stars at the world premiere.
These comics meant everything to me as a kid.
And on a viral world tour. Plus, we're taking you inside Comic-Con. The biggest moments with the biggest stars. The huge movie reveals, awesome fan experiences, and more.
How's everyone's Comic-Con so far?
From San Diego Comic-Con, this is On the Red Carpet presents the Fantastic Four First Steps.
Hello and welcome to On the Red Carpet. We're coming to you from Comic-Con in San Diego. If you love comics, movies, and all things pop culture, this is the place to be. And there's one huge comic book movie in theaters this weekend that everyone is talking about. You know the one, the Fantastic Four First Steps. The new movie is now playing in theaters everywhere. And here at Comic-Con, a special experience for fans.
We're gonna manipulate some energy and force fields today. How does that sound?
This immersive lab making everyone feel like superheroes. You can stretch your body like Mr. Fantastic, manipulate energy like the Invisible Woman, fly like the Human Torch, even have superhuman strength like the Thing. It's clobbering time. Of course, the best place to enjoy the excitement of this latest Marvel Studios adventure isn't here at Comic-Con, it's at your local cinema.
Famous around the world, please welcome the Fantastic Four.
The Fantastic Four First Steps finally brings this beloved superhero team into the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch,
I love you, Johnny!
and the Thing.
Hey, what time is it? Say the thing.
That's not really something I say.
It's clobbering time.
That's just in the cartoon.
The movie, which takes place in a retro futuristic world, shows our heroes and their robot sidekick Kirby as a happy and expanding family.
Are you pregnant?
What?
You're gonna be the best mom in the world. We're gonna be the best moms ever.
Of course, the happy times end abruptly when Silver Surfer shows up with a message.
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
Yes, the Fantastic Four has a big problem to deal with, and his name is
Galactus.
The Fantastic Four debuted in 1961, the first superheroes co-created by comics legends Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. And, as they always have, Marvel's first family will answer the call when they're needed most.
The four of us will face the danger. We will protect you.
Whatever life throws at us, we'll face it together as a family.
All right, clearly the Fantastic Four has a fantastic cast. And recently I sat down with all four of our heroes for one marvelous interview. Silly question number one. Who loved putting on the suit the most?
No, I loved it. I did.
Yeah.
I had been in such, I was in very previously much less comfortable suits. And this one was easy. It was, you could bifurcate yourself, you could give it, you could put air, you could find a way to get air to get through. And it was a lot more comfortable than I expected it to be.
He's just saying it was flattering. That's a well-worded saying. You look good.
Yeah.
Who had the most wires attached over the course of the movie, if at all?
Evan was.
Different wires, different needs.
Evan was wired all the time, yeah.
Yeah, eye wires, like wires that would data that would stream to them. And there's a lot of other wires for zero gravity, and those are just holding people up.
You get the job, who do you tell, and what do they say?
I think I probably told my wife. She said, "Okay, is that good?" I said, "Yeah, I think that's good."
Joseph, when you are dreaming of becoming an actor in your youth, where was playing a superhero on your list?
It's mad that I'm a superhero. I've already got my head around it. I don't think it was like necessarily an aspiration or a particular goal. I'm delighted that it's happening and the company that I'm keeping my fellow superheroes. That's been the best thing about it. I think little youthful me would probably find it quite funny, believe me. Yeah.
So we're in Japan. I'm interviewing you for the Star Wars Celebration. He's talking about Grogu, his co-starring Mandalorian, and in a vital moment described him as baby yum yum.
He's a baby. He's a baby yum yum.
Baby yum yum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great answer. Thank you.
I was real jet lagged, just like I am now.
But how do you describe Herbie, your co-star, here in this?
Oh, Herbie's up, baby. He's very fun. Herbie's up glue.
It's an interesting time for you, Vanessa, because you're about to have a baby. You have a baby in this movie. Tell me what one day you think you'll tell your child about this experience.
Well, I hope my child will get to feel it because these guys are going to be in my life forever and they are uncles. And they have to because they've been talking to the baby the whole time, haven't
We can do this. How things got to change.
they? You know, Sue taught me so much about motherhood and these guys taught me so much about family and motherhood and new motherhood and parenthood. And we went on such a journey all together. So I'm really excited for the baby to grow up and feel that love because I know these guys are going to be in my life forever.
And this poor kid's been hearing us go like talk for months.
For months.
It is going to be an expert at press for it, I'll tell you.
A year ago, the Fantastic Four stars were here at Comic-Con, where they definitely felt the love in Hall H.
I think we keep going to Comic-Con because we were just, we hadn't,
like freaking out.
yeah, because, you know, we hadn't shot the movie yet, and yet the love for it was there. And we hadn't, it was not like, as they loved the movie, and so I loved the movie, we hadn't even shot it, and so that's when I realised this is a huge tribe of people that are in love with these characters from the 60s, and we're just one part of it.
Coming up.
Galactus.
the cinematography tonight. Graphics look 1,000 foot tall. It's just astonishing.
I was amazed. I mean, it made me look a lot cooler than I actually am. Plus, highlights from across San Diego Comic-Con.
This is great. It's so immersive. It's so fun.
From block parties, space wreckage, mythic adventures, and more. Do you love celebrity interviews? Be sure to follow On the Red Carpet on YouTube and your other favorite social media sites.
Wait a minute. This isn't Sling, which gives me the most important news in a convenient manner and at a wonderful price. That's more like it.
The most important news at the best price. Sling lets you do that.
Work versus fun. Know the difference.
My seminars are a great way to connect with young homeowners turning into their parents.
Breaking down cardboard is something you have to do, not something you get to do. Lawn care is not a hobby. Not trying to hurt you, just trying to be honest with you.
Watching a neighbor get true is not a weekend play. Hey, let's give it up for that guy.
Chris can't protect you from becoming your business, but we can protect you from allowing you with us.
You're watching TV, not supervising it. Sit down and relax.
Powerful stories of our time.
This is Nightline.
Wherever the story is, Nightline will take you there. Just because it's late night doesn't mean you should be in the dark. For a brighter take on the day, this is ABC's Nightline. After Kimmel, late night on ABC.
New to the big city?
Yeah.
I'm Mari.
Hi. Apparently Progressive lets homeowners and renters bundle with their auto policy. 24/7 protection for all of my things.
Hey, I love that you protect all my stuff, but could you tone down the creepiness?
Sorry. I'd do anything for you, Emily.
Still creepy.
Right. We're here. Progressive's accident response detected an accident and sent for help.
Did we beat him? Where's Superman?
Saving the world, maybe?
So we did
Yeah, I don't think car insurance is really his thing, not with us around.
Yeah, I already called a tow truck and started your claim.
I guess not all heroes wear capes.
Yep, somewhere, tummy capes.
Oh, what?
Don't say things like that out loud.
No.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
We attempted to negotiate, but Glass, he asked too high a price.
What does he want?
What did he ask?
He asked for our child.
God save us! Are we safe?
Are we safe?
I don't know.
In the Fantastic Four First Steps, Marvel's first family has to face off against some powerful adversaries. Our Joelle Gargiulo has that side of the story. Hi, Joelle.
Hey George, well Julia Garner and Ralph Ineson are pretty intimidating on screen in this movie. Not giving anything away, but if you've seen the trailer, you know. But lucky for me, they are absolutely lovely in person. Don't you think? Agrees. It's lovely to be sitting in a room with you both.
Oh, thank you.
And you scared the crap out of me in this movie, but in the best way possible.
That's how it should work.
I feel like there must be so many different ways to answer this question, so I'm just gonna ask you about your first one. Like the first major geek out moment that you had being a part of this movie.
For me, I think it was the first time I saw the design for Galactus' suit. I was like, oh my god, how did that's well. It was so good.
I think just shooting in Pinewood and going to set and it's such a historic studio and shooting there and arriving on set and seeing the set every single day was just, it was so magical. It was like, you hear about stories and then about the film business and all this stuff when you're like an up and coming actor, and then you experience something like this and you're like, wow, this is pretty epic.
Wait, I have to ask about your first day of filming. Because I heard a story and I don't know if it's true. What was the scene that you filmed on your first day of filming?
The scene where I say the Herald, Galactus and all that stuff. Your world will be consumed by the Devourer. There is nothing you can do to stop him.
In Times Square.
In Times Square, that was my first day. Yeah, it was crazy. I think that will be the craziest first day I will ever have. That's why I'm saying this now. But hopefully that is my craziest day. yeah. No. But that was, definitely crazy.
That's awesome.
But it was great.
What do you guys love about the movie? Because especially for your characters, when you get to see it completely edited, it's a different experience for you.
Just incredible, the cinematography to make galactus look 1,000 foot tall is just astonishing.
I was amazed. I mean, it made me look a lot cooler than I actually am. So I was very happy.
And being a popcorn bucket, was that on the bingo card when you signed into this business?
Never.
No.
Especially not on that big. No. It's like this big.
It's ginormous.
So the surfboard, is that part of your body, or is that? So she dumped you already?
The world premiere for Fantastic Four was truly fantastic.
That's the way to play it in a story, and I think in life, it's just that as well. It's just love.
We'll take you on the blue carpet. Plus,
I'd like to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
from charm areas to predator backlands and beyond, the biggest moments and biggest surprises at San Diego Comic-Con.
America's #1 news TV series now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
This week, President Trump, under growing pressure over the Epstein files, will be pardoned.
A lot of people are asking me about pardons.
Tracking the dangerous life. World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
You, Thursday night.
Returns. The big bucks. Press your luck. New Thursday night, 8 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
True crime. Murder mystery. Sex betrayal. The greatest true crime. There is no thing to do with shit tonight. What is this?
The vampires and daywalkers hate each other. We come from a town where all monsters live together. That is not gonna happen. Only from what you believe in. One of our towns will survive.
For us. Time to save the planet.
What's the plan?
Trust me, I hate that
That's a
plan.
bad plan. That's a stupid plan.
If you pull this off, I take back every single bad thing I've been saying about you. To myself. In private.
Welcome back to Comic-Con. As we mentioned earlier, so much buzz here about the new Fantastic Four movie now in theaters. And earlier this week, we were on the blue carpet for the film's world premiere. At the world premiere of the Fantastic Four First Steps, we saw heroes and villains, and even Hercules the Robot on the blue carpet. And check this out, a special drone show over downtown Los Angeles, lighting up the night sky with images from the film. Inside the premiere, guests were treated to a live performance of the film's score, and the cast and crew took the stage, led by director Matt Shackman.
This movie was complicated. We had to build a whole new universe. We had to build a whole New York in the mid-'60s that was also retro-futuristic. And to pull together this amazing group of actors to create Marvel's first family and bring them to the MCU.
The key to playing a protector is falling in love, and which is very easy to do when you're in a cast like this. To be able to set yourself on fire and fly around, what's so cool about it?
I just feel deeply honored to get to that I've been trusted to be the custodian of Ben Grimm for this little bit of time.
These comics meant everything to me as a kid. Sue's so important, especially to me. She taught me so much. So It's honestly amazing to even be one small part of it. It's emotional for us.
This was an emotional moment for our producer, Amy Pedro Pascal, admiring her fantastic four Pedro approved. But what about kids?
Perhaps postpone cosmic.
Pretty small, even though it's had some impact on some of our researchers. Unlike some of our counterparts, we have a significant research arm here, 14,000 faculty, postdoc students that do the research here, and it is significant. It goes way beyond the numbers and the dollars, and what it's doing for the community, what it's doing to extend and save and change lives, and what it's doing in agriculture, what it's doing for our police force. So what I would tell you is at this moment today, even compared to where we were last year, we're still up in our research revenue about 7% from where we were last year. And we're proceeding to ask for more grants so that we can be a cancer-free world here in our lifetime.
Well, we all hope for that future, sir, but you sound not to be concerned. But I did read that earlier when you had the Buckeyes football team at the White House earlier in the year, and that was well covered. The Wall Street Journal said you told President Trump and Vice President Vance that, quote, Ohio State is not the enemy. Why did you feel you had to say that? What did you mean?
Well, that might have been taken a little bit out of context. I kind of said that in jest a little bit to the Vice President when I had a chance to meet with him. And we had a long conversation. It was a very productive conversation. I won't go into all the details, but the point is they know that Ohio State is doing the right thing.
Hace un calor afuera increíble. ¿Qué tal casa tienen ahí? Gracias a Dios. Estamos
large
con
college and grant flagship
mejor que
institutions like
nosotros en
the
nuestra
Ohio
casa.
State University. I look at what we're doing today, and yes, like many other universities, we are concerned about the future, what's coming out of the federal government, and what's coming out of our state government here in Ohio. But right now, I feel like we can still play defense, still understand how to adjust, kind of make sure that we're getting our bat on the ball, so to speak, and playing defense and protecting the plate. But we're also looking at how we can play offense. This is the time where institutions like Ohio State, we are very financially secure. We're actually looking to invest in ourselves. Now, I just reflect on the graduation ceremony that we just had this past May. We produce about 18,000 graduates a year, but at that ceremony, we graduated 12,400. All of them, by the way, got their diploma that day that they earned. And 90% of those students, 90% already had a job, or they were going to another higher academic endeavor. And 70% of those undergraduate students are staying in the state of Ohio. 66% of the PhD and masters are staying in the state of Ohio. This is a wonderful workforce development program that is what is raising the confidence of Ohioans and the American public in higher education. And that is starting to change.
Vice President Vance was on this program a number of times, and one of them when he was still a senator, I spoke to him about his views on higher education. He's an Ohio State alum undergrad. And he said he believes universities, he wasn't speaking of yours, but he said universities are controlled by left-wing foundations and they're going in the wrong direction. Do you think he has a point?
I think higher education is starting to build that reputation, and you can even see that in the Gallup Lumina polls. You know, I was the superintendent of the Naval Academy from 2014 to 2019. You know, that Gallup poll in 2015 said that nearly 60% of Americans had high confidence in post-secondary education. Now go ahead and just move that needle 9 years forward, and yet 2 in 3 Americans said they did not have confidence in higher education. That's a really bad mark. Americans were saying higher education costs too much. They were saying that the return on investment was difficult to prove. They were saying some of the research being done may not have impacted them and their families. And yes, there was this conversation about the potential indoctrination of students, or that institutions were leaning very liberal. You know, we as administrators of higher education maybe ought to listen to the American public and say, maybe we haven't always gotten it right. So I'm here to say, here at The Ohio State University, we have paid attention to that. We are making efforts to make affordability a key issue for students. I mentioned that graduating class, 57% of those undergraduates left with zero debt. The other 43% that left with debt was less than $24,000. And as we look across, our hiring practices, I have 8,500 faculty. It is the best group of faculty I have ever worked with in my 12 years of leading and hiring. That's saying quite a bit.
Well,
I will tell you that as we hire the future, we're looking across the entire political spectrum for who we hire.
On that point, you talked about what happened at the state level. The Republican-controlled state legislature passed a law that eliminates the diversity programs, does a number of things, but it also requires professors to post their course syllabi online and their contact information. Do you think that this is meant to intimidate? Are you concerned? Is your faculty concerned about the focus on what they're doing?
Yes, I have talked to our faculty, through our faculty senate and our leadership. There are some concerns, of course, because we've not done that before. We've got some time before we implement that. We have put all the pieces of Senate Bill 1, which is the General Assembly's bill here in the state of Ohio, into implementation phase. We're still working through some of the details, but let me tell you, the principles of academic freedom, what is taught in the classroom, the move towards scholarly pursuit, the research that we do here at Ohio State.
You're not getting a return on investment.
That point, you saw what Columbia University did this week in paying the $200 million fine to settle their dispute with the Trump administration. They also agreed to an outside monitor to assure the school complies with stamping out diversity programs. Does this precedent trouble you? I mean, would you take a deal like that?
Well, I can't speak to those institutions because I'm not leading them. I know both President Shipman and some of the other Ivy League presidents are colleagues, and they're having to do, I think, what I would call be in survival mode. Quite frankly, we're not going through any of that here at Ohio State, and nor do I think that we will. I mean, obviously, we have a new state law. We're a public institution, so that means we're going to be transparent and put out everything that we do so that the state of Ohio, the people, and the entire country can see it.
We will watch to see what happens. Good luck to you, sir. We'll be right back.
Bring back well-intentioned bullying. And then we'll cuddle a little bit, and I also remind him that, God forbid, anything were to happen, I would leave his bank accounts dry. I called your boyfriend or fiance a budget Ryan Gosling, and you canceled.
J.D. Power has ranked Nissan #1 in new vehicle.
Bring back bullying.
He now has Ben Crump as his attorney, of course. Take a listen.
I just really wanted to know, why I was getting pulled over and why I needed to step out the car, and I know I didn't do nothing wrong. I was really just scared.
And I'm going to need like $50 million to get over this. And finally, Baltimore Ravens head coach John Harbaugh with a perfect response to a very dumb question. Take a listen.
Past Donald Trump has said denigrating things about Baltimore, including no people who want to live there. As a prominent representative of Baltimore.
Well, why do you frame that question? I would frame the question like, you got a chance to go visit with the president, man. What was that experience like? It was amazing. It was awesome. And I promise you, I root for our president. I want our president to be successful, just like I want my quarterback to be successful, and I want my team to be successful. And it was an amazing experience. It's not often you get invited to get a chance to do something like that as a family. We were there. My daughter was there. Jim's daughters were there. My mom and dad were there. My mom, President Trump, just seeing that how he treated her was really meaningful.
Pretty cool. He didn't have to go that far even, but I mean, why do the reporters have to sit there and always try and find a question to elicit a terrible answer about Trump to make him look bad? Why is that always, every time?
One of these fragments can order whatever she wants from the menu. The other has food allergies. You do your best to avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Xolair is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions from accidental food exposures. Taken once or twice a month, it focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods.
Don't use if you're allergic to Xolair.
Followed me for a while.
This is the first hot car death to occur in Alabama this year and the 16th nationwide.
There was a boy standing there. Something was cool about it, and it wasn't like indiscriminate. We should have noted. It was. Yes, I am staring at you.
Vanessa Yukevich joins us now for more. This was such an unusual exchange, seeing the US president corrected publicly in real time by the chairman of the Fed Reserve. Of course, this is not the first time we've seen any sort of tension between these two. Just earlier this month, Donald Trump referred to him as terrible. Talk to us about this strange relationship and that exchange you saw.
Yeah, it was a striking exchange because you had the President of the United States trying to validate his inquiry and his whole reason for being at the Federal Reserve was to check on these renovations that his administration says are over budget and out of scope. And you saw the chair of the Federal Reserve fact-checking President Trump in real time. But it's so curious because after that moment, something changed because when we heard President Trump coming out of that meeting, that tour, and he held a little bit of a press conference, he says, I want to help him. I want to help the Federal Reserve get this job done, get this renovation finished. And then on Truth Social, just a short time after, he said that the cost overruns are substantial. But on the positive side, our country is doing very well. We can afford just about anything, even the cost of this building. And he said, with all that being said, let's just get it finished. And then we heard from the president this morning who called Jerome Powell a very good man. That is very, very different from calling him terrible. Listen to more of what he said this morning.
I think we had a very good meeting. Forgetting about the building, that's not even close. But I think we had a very good meeting on interest rates. And he said to me, I don't know if he's going to say this on Thursday or when he's everything, but he said to me very strongly, the country is doing well. He said, congratulations, the country is doing really well. And I got that to mean that I think he's going to start recommending lower rates.
Okay, so it appears that the president has moved on, at least for now, from the renovation project at the Federal Reserve. He is clearly still focused on interest rates. He's been pushing for months now to get Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. Of course, it is a 12-person board that votes on what to do with interest rates, not just up to Jerome Powell. The Fed is meeting next week, and most people, most economists, analysts believe that the Federal Reserve will continue to hold rates steady. They've been doing that all year long. Obviously, that is something that the president has been very upset with, saying that that's holding back people from being able to buy homes because the Fed funds rate very much translates into what mortgage rates look like, which are at almost 7% here in the United States. But the president really striking a different tone with Jerome Powell in the past 24 hours since that visit at the Federal Reserve.
Welcome back. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is spending billions of dollars to get ahead in the AI race. You reportedly once hit this company to be the first to reach so-called artificial superintelligence. That's a theoretical point where AI goes beyond the capabilities of human knowledge. And to get there, Zuckerberg is on a mission to recruit an all-star team of researchers and engineers to beat his competition. Well, Claire Duffy is with me. Good to see you, Claire. So just how successful has Meta been at poaching top AI talent from rivals?
Hi, Linda. He has been shockingly successful, really. They have managed to hire top AI talent away from the likes of OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, Apple, Scale AI. And just to really underscore how successful they've been at this, just a few minutes ago, Mark Zuckerberg announced that Shenzhen Zhou will be the company's new chief scientist for its Meta Superintelligence Labs team. This is an employee that they hired away from OpenAI just a few weeks ago, and he was one of the makers of ChatGPT. Mark Zuckerberg says he will now be leading Meta Superintelligence Labs' research agenda and scientific direction. Meta had already
formed a partnership.
And this hiring spree really kicked off several weeks ago with the $14 billion investment in the AI startup Scale AI. As part of that deal, Meta hired away Scale's founder and CEO, Alexander Wang. He will now be leading this new Meta Superintelligence Labs team. And since then, they've hired around 24 other top researchers and software engineers and product managers away from those rivals. And part of this has been Meta shelling out for multi-million-dollar pay packages for some of these top talent. So it's no surprise that they have been able to get these people to switch companies, Linda.
Yeah, money does make a difference. But Meta already had a sizable AI research group, right? So why create and pour billions of dollars into a new team? Is it about catching up or changing the game entirely?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things at play here. One of them is the fact that Meta had fallen behind reportedly on releasing its biggest version of its most advanced AI model earlier this year. So I think there may have been some internal worries about potentially falling behind. Mark Zuckerberg, of course, wants to be the winner in this race to superintelligence. The other, I think, bigger motivation is that Mark Zuckerberg has for a while wanted to make Meta more than just a social media company. He had that sort of unsuccessful bid to turn the company into a metaverse platform a few years ago, and now he has really refocused its efforts on artificial intelligence. They've spent these billions of dollars on data centers. They need to do something with them because unlike some of its peers like Google and Microsoft, it doesn't have a cloud computing business to fall back on if it doesn't succeed at AI. And he's also built this big devices business around smart glasses. That business hinges on its AI models continuing to get better and better.
At PA Health and Wellness, we get you with our quality health coverage.
We created with AI, just like when the internet happened. Many years after the internet happened, Google didn't exist. There's no doubt to me that 3 years from now, there'll be a company which will be dominant in this AI age, which we don't even know the name of today.
Yeah.
That's the only way things work in the future.
For those who don't know, can you tell us a little bit about what Perplexity is?
So Perplexity is an answer machine. You get answers that you can really trust. We were the first to reimagine search in the form of conversations and answers with trusted sources. And we did it in a way that essentially became the blueprint for every other chatbot out there. And so we kind of essentially built it as a tool we wanted, and our friends wanted it, our investors wanted it, and then we put it out into the world. I never thought about it as links, 10 Google links to answers. But once we put it out, that's when we realized, based on what people are saying, hey, this is actually a much better way to consume the internet. Yeah. We're all living on the internet, and so I would rather just feel the internet through answers instead of links.
Got it. So yeah, you guys are really one of the first AI companies to do real-time AI search focused on that and linking back. Now everyone's doing that, right? Including Google, including OpenAI. So what are you doing to differentiate, and why do you think browsers are the next frontier for successful AI companies?
The browser is the front end to your internet, experiencing the internet. And the Omni box, the search box, is where almost all the Google queries are going. And if you really want to transition AI from answers to actions, to doing stuff for you, answers are essentially 4 or 5 searches in one. Actions are like an entire browsing session in like one prompt. You really need to actually have a browser and hybridize the compute on the client and the server side in the seamless way possible. And that's that calls for rethinking the whole browser. We're not actually like thinking about Comet as yet another browser. It'll be a cognitive operating system. It'll be there for you every time, anytime for work or life, as an assistant on the side, or it's just going and doing browsing sessions for you. And I think that'll fundamentally make us rethink like how we even think about the internet. Like earlier we would browse the internet, but now people are increasingly living on the internet. Like a lot of our life actually exists there. And if you wanted to build a proactive, personalized AI, it needs to live together with you. And that's why you need to rethink the browser entirely. So investors are excited about the possibility of completely changing the front end in which we experience the whole web. And the web is so valuable. And the other thing that's most important to consider about Perplexity is we're the only company to razor focused on all the accuracy aspects of AI. Like we really want us to be the accuracy layer for AI, and that's going to influence both human and AI decision making. And every day, like trillions of dollars worth of decisions are made across retail, finance markets, exchanges, everything. And if we can influence a big chunk of that, then that'll automatically means like we can be worth trillions of dollars in market cap one day.
I think the convergence, not just of the hardware investments, but the AI investments in particular, have been the real watershed for us in helping people understand why we always believe having these devices be wearable and having sensors and having context in the world around you have been so important. And it's like, oh yeah, of course, now that you realize there's going to be a potentially super intelligent assistant that's operating there, you want it to have for free all the context on what you've heard, what you've seen, what you're doing, so it can help you the most out as you go about your day and try to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. So we feel a lot of vindication on that. I think the question is, will it be us? Will it be a competitor? That depends on our execution and their execution. I have a lot of confidence that the paradigm that we're in right now, which has been stable for a long time, right? The phone that you all have in your pockets now is roughly the same as the phone you had in your pocket 4 or 5 years ago. There's not really a lot of new innovation happening at that scale. There is a lot of things. The phone is the greatest consumer electronic device ever built, and yet there's also a lot of things that we wish it could do better or different. And I think with AI and integrated context with the world around us, that becomes more and more obvious. So I'm very confident that the paradigm will shift in that time frame. And you all know the saying, we get a lot less done in 1 year than we think and a lot more done in a decade. That really is going to be true, I think, when it comes to these shifts. I hope that when people are using our technology, our hardware, I want the experience of it not to be the hardware. I want the experience of it to be connecting with each other, connecting and being more capable, connecting with superhuman memory and vision and hearing that allows you to accomplish your goals more. Like that, it still should be an experience that's a software motivated experience, but that would not be possible without this hardware.
Up next, the fun stuff, new technology and how it is impacting our lives.
AI changed the game for us because instead of having an engineer program what Digit would do, AI can now help teach its skills.
For comments, remarks, procedures that did not comport with due process whatsoever, that threw justice out the window. These were terrible policies that were in place in every university, and the administration threatened to sue colleges that didn't go after these things. It was a disaster. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said at one point in an interview that she thought some of these policies were going like way too far, just ignoring basic liberal principles of guilt, like innocent until proven guilty. So Barack Obama's administration did that. It was a huge mistake and overreach, and Trump reversed it. And then Biden came back in and reinstated it all. I don't follow it as closely as I used to. I'm sure it's still a mess, but those are the anti-mail policies for you.
I think self-awareness is a big deal, and so we're seeing that former President Obama has that in this interview and could be aware. He even looked inward and said, our policies, us as a party, he said a lot of things like that.
Not just anti-mail, by the way, but anti-Black. You talked in your radar about how Breonna Taylor, your view of it as an issue affecting Black women. So I should then point out, even though this would not be my first thing when I discuss this, that by far disproportionately the people wrongfully pursued and disciplined and kicked out of campus and their lives ruined under Obama's headline policies were disproportionately Black men.
So that is an opportunity for him to criticize in multiple ways, like doing either too little or too much, focusing on the Black community, or because he is the first Black president, right? Or doing too little. So it comes from both ends. But what I think is that he went on this podcast and was vulnerable enough to say what should be changed and what things looks like. But also it's kind of like one of those things where everybody can say he's been going to do like a safe space, like right now it's appropriate to be vocal. But I think for the entire time that President Trump was president after him, for the entire time that Joe Biden was president, and he, as the decision was made in the power of Trump, were great times for him to speak up and be more vocal. They kind of jumped on the campaign trail and stage. All of that in politics. You saw George Bush do the same thing. When he left office, kind of stage action in politics for a little while. Rightfully so, especially when you're in that stage of your life for 8 years straight. I understand why you want to break, but it was like all of them terrible.
It's not to hear anymore from you.
Same thing with Bush. You can say that the same thing. But
I know. I was talking about Bush.
So my point is that that's what she was saying out of there. Wherever you go about it, the right to stay out of public persona or they want to. But at the same time, the party has been, it's not a new thing that we're talking about, crying for some leadership, crying for an attachment to males. Obama has that charisma that has always translated, no matter what party. Everybody knew that you said he was the GOAT Democratic president. You mentioned that earlier. People perceived the GOAT. And so in that way, he should have made sure that as a male himself, you connect with males in a way, or he helped strategize the way to connect with males. He still connects with young males right now. People look at him and say, oh wow, Obama's people say my forever president. All these different stages coming from different young people. So it's like, okay, well, people didn't get to experience as an adult. He and Michelle and Obama. Well, there was a need for a correction, and just like there was a need for a correction with Me Too, there was a need for a correction with cancel culture. Sometimes we overcorrect. That's why we bring them back, that we are protecting vulnerable groups that generally are marginalized in those ways, like women, like people of color, and people are trying things when we go to call like transgender people. But okay, so bring it back to the middle, and be open to that conversation. And that should be admirable. Right, and now we overcorrect way too far with strong. And we overcorrected the number, so we'll see the next result.
Now we overcorrected.
Overcorrected.
Pendulum.
Back and go back and forth. And that's why it was so interesting last year when we were talking about the centers, Project 2029. But why are there so many that on the agenda of centers conversation or like meeting in the middle of
things like this? So you want this, and you want this, but it never remains in the center.
It's like Bernie Sanders or Trump. It's like, why can't there be leaders? Well, I think we've seen those type of candidates pop up, like Don King, like Mitt Romney, like, we've seen that.
But I don't know if I like those policies. I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
I love Don King.
I admire his service to our country, and it was nice, but his policies were, on foreign policy, I think, far,
erratic, friendships, retarded, yes, I know.
Destroying the nation of Iraq is maybe not erratic, but it was bad.
Well, going into Iran for 12 days because Israel says so was also erratic, but also bad. But, it wasn't necessary at the time.
Destroyed it, and we killed thousands and thousands and thousands.
We don't want to know about the mistakes.
Well, I would like to go out about that. Relatively, comparatively trivial things.
Trivial?
The rebel was a multi-year, $1 billion investment in destroying their country. I decided with that, and anyone that has no defenders left. And you know, I mean, like, I'm not arguing that, you know, I'm saying, you have to this on policy, it's not that people are involved in that area. So, like, I have worked on it, when you had a share it with Michelle Obama, right? And like, it is also, it also doesn't. It's nice, I like it, but I think it is a mistake that they say, and so I also like when they call. Did you ever better, like, all Democrats. It's a big deal having to do that, so it's like black. Listener to understand that this is company. No, we're not. But like really, these kind of things, when you go people out of the question, you call people names, you call women names, like the same person that like aggravating all people. Like what are we talking about? I can't tell this thing so much. When the alternative was, like, you know, Sunny example is again some of these form all things.
Alright guys, so we got to react to this viral video that I stumbled across that once again shows us that there are certain people in our society that believe that they have special rights and privilege, okay?
Let's get into it, Coach Colin here. Man, Davos is a very it's the nicest looking dystopian place ever. You know, where the World Economic Forum does their thing, has their meeting, decides our fate, decides what year it will be when we start merging with machines, decides, you know, whether or not we're going to eat meat. If we are, how much meat we're going to eat. If perhaps they can put ticks on us that make us allergic to meat, that way they can push us away from that type of thing. You know?
Have you ever seen somebody stick a Puerto Rican flag into the middle of the yard and attack every black person in sight?
Puerto Rican flag in the yard, boom, stab it in the flag.
We're gonna go out there, we're gonna put the Puerto Rican flag in the middle of the flag, and we're gonna stab everybody that's black. And I did that.
What's his name? Pistol P?
Pistol P.
I wasn't around when this happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And if that would have happened, it would have been a legacy that anybody know about. You know, something I asked my pops, they said, yes, the boy is real.
Yeah.
But he lied about his story. And he also was oppressing blacks. You know? And it is what it is. And
Fuck.
Her response to Matt Walsh's 15-minute monologue on monogamy or whatever. And she goes, the most outwardly a man can do is marry and be faithful to a good woman for the entirety of his life and be willing to storm the gates of hell to stay married to her. And I go, dude, you tried to destroy your ex-husband's life thanks to marriage, so audacity, boldness, doubt, and zero awareness. Well, cooked, right? Reports recently surfaced that Bruno Mars allegedly owes around $50 million to the MGM Grand Casino in Las Vegas due to his gambling debts.
Ashton Hall is getting desperate because after getting exposed by Speed, losing 4 races in a row against him, clearly Ashton isn't handling the viral embarrassment he faced well at all. Many are wondering if he's getting ready to share a new morning routine to bounce back from all this, but others think Ashton is getting desperate to hold on to his fame after getting embarrassed by Speed, but he seems determined to bounce back. fell short, but I'm gonna keep going. Some experts think that Ashton lost a lot of money from the loss and how poorly he handled it, between potential sponsorships and the damage to his reputation. On the way to the race, Ashton had some fighting words for Speed, promising that he'd not only smoke the streamer, but he'd embarrass him.
Your name, I show Speed. This is wrong about the smoke him and talk crazy.
When Ashton showed up on Speed's stream, the YouTuber instantly started mocking him.
Hey, the muscle just for show, bro. You know, way it up. Just for show.
When the two eventually raced, it was a complete wash, with Speed winning easily as Ashton face planted on the ground, leaving his YouTube rival to win without much of a challenge. Ashton demanded a rematch, but in round 2, things didn't go much better for him. Clear, he was no match for Speed, who pulled ahead and even put Ashton on blast for calling him out.
You're not ready for me, bro. Don't call me out. Don't ever call me out.
If that wasn't enough, Speed then proceeded to beat Ashton for a 3rd and 4th time, proving once and for all that he was faster. Things got pretty heated too.
All this Instagram image is over. He's not fast. He lost 3 times.
Speed even started calling the influencer Ashton fraud. If you think Ashton is getting desperate, subscribe.
People often cry about being a Democrat, so I got Grandma's computer here and want to show you how easy it is to donate money to.
They love illegal aliens there in her courtroom, and she supports bringing and releasing them into our country, even though they're being charged with crimes. Kilmar has been ordered to be released. The ruling from Judge Waverly Crenshaw said, well, there's not clear and convincing evidence that this is going to be a danger to society.
We are criticized, interestingly, by some folks on the right who want the case of deportation to be higher.
Kilmar Abrego remains in custody. This is despite Judge Zenas' best efforts to get him out because they love illegal aliens there in her courtroom. And
I miss you too. Did you read the article? No. I did not read the article, but I saw the headline. So the headline, I'm proud of it. Can I put up the headline? Please do. Why you do that? I didn't even know the article dropped.
I didn't invite Jimmy Almeida and he should be here. We needed the money, but any of this shit work. And
Obviously, he saw it different at that time period. He felt like I was really competitive.
it was one conversation that we had, and I thought like he misinterpreted it.
He said shit at that meeting that made me feel like he thought, like he didn't like it.
And I just kept him right there for the whole rest of my life. Like it was like that guy just does not like me. You know, like I was wrong for not inviting him to have him here today because he's a big part of the success that I have. Even told me in the conversation.
And that conversation was like, I don't know, maybe you know, in places TV, and I'm looking as much as I didn't like the conversation.
And when we played the TV is when I started thinking I should do $1 million.
When you're running after something, you should not look left and right. What does this person think? What does that person think? No. Go. 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 Go.
I didn't invite Jimmy Almeida and he should be here. We needed the money, but any of this shit work. And
obviously, he saw it different at that time period. He felt like I was really competitive.
One conversation that we had, and I thought like he misinterpreted it.
He said shit at that meeting that made me feel like he thought, like he didn't like it.
And I just kept him right there for the whole rest of my life. Like it was like that guy just does not like me. You know what?
I just knew by my phone ringing or from people that I haven't spoken to in a while. I'm talking about over 4 years. Oh, she texting again? No, not a she. No. Hey, big for you. You still like that massage? I still like that. You still like that neck rub? She texting again. Hey, is this number still the same? I'm in a bind, bro. Is this your dog? Oh, I can't even hear you. I'm on the bridge. I'm gonna call you back in like 2 seconds. My signal go out right here. Signal go out? Yeah. Shit. For those wondering, my signal be extra strong. This morning is a great morning to leave niggas in a bind. This morning was the perfect morning. Hey, some of them don't even hang up right away, so you can hear the bind. You can hear a tow truck or some shit. What's on the neck? Duct tape? What? For real, some of these
interested when they get out and they get so
How
good
does
news.
this podcast star make 20
Exactly. And so I think she meant DOD, not DOJ, although Elon Musk's AI business, Grok, is trying to sell its products to the entire thing.
I encourage everybody to read this article. You can't say that. I didn't write it. I'm complimenting the writer. Yeah, they bigging you up. Let us say that shit. Like, yeah, they bigging y'all up too. They are. They are. Well, no, they mentioned they bigging y'all up too. They say we're there too. Okay, I'm on that. Yeah. They sit down with them. Right. Y'all gotta read this article. I have to read the article now. How do you feel letting the New York Times put this information out there? You've been very sort of cagey and quiet about revenue, and in the last month, people have gone from hearing big numbers like 900,000 a month to finding out that that's actually minuscule in comparison to this 20 million a year. That's a lot of information for the world to have. How do you feel about it on the publishing side? No, 20 is some bullshit. You know, how do you feel? 20 is a slight. None of this is possible without the without the people that was there from A1, PZ, Parks. Come on now, Eric said, yeah, y'all. We appreciate it. No, it's dope. Last time I was in the Times, it was the entertainment section. 7 years ago. That's fire. This ain't entertainment now. This ain't entertainment no more. Yeah, so
It's about as hard as they come.
I hope like
Brain power.
as well, because
Greatest
these
power of
stories
all.
don't come to color.
Well, I'm thrilled to be here with so many tech leaders and businesses.
And that's the part I
We
don't
take
like.
historic action to research the future, which belongs to America. Always belongs to America, and which belongs to America. I just want to start by saying that we just concluded our incredible with Japan and numerous other countries in addition to Japan. But on the Japan deal, because it's literally just signed where it's just signed, gives us a sort of signing bonus. I'll bring it into sports talk, a signing bonus, like not signing bonus as true, I understand. Get the latter
But they did mention Coles.
But that's not the signing bonus. We got $550 billion signing bonus.
That's for us.
We had the, at 25%, they only have to go to 25%. And these people that we negotiated with.
$1.5 million annually goes to the co-hosts of the Joe Budden podcast, and they say include Clean Queen Slip, Mel Parks.
We reduced it to 15 based on the fact that Japan has agreed for the first time ever to open up its country to trade, so that all of our American businesses and business geniuses, including many of this room, can go out and do business openly and freely in Japan, a very rich and prosperous and profitable and wonderful country. And we will pay a zero tariff as we do business in Japan. So we're paying something, we're getting $550 billion, and to be exact, it's 90% of the and it's really getting great. I've been very happy with the stock market went up, and our stock market went up, and it's supposed to go up. And we made numerous other deals like that. But the opening up of a country is very important to us. We have numerous countries that have opened their some incredible transactions going on. A very, very simple tariff for so many countries. You can't do deals with everyone, so we'll have a straight, simple tariff of anywhere between 15 and 50%. A couple we have 15 because we haven't been getting along with those countries too well, so we just.
Welcome back, Julie Downs, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South.
That's the way it is, but remember, we get countries that were closed, always closed.
Like I said, this room, we're completely ignoring my speaking what I just said. Well, you're making the argument that they're racist in their minds, but I'm asking you,
business negotiations, and if they agree to open up the union to American businesses, then we will let them know about the tariff is very important to the country. I think there'll be more negotiations of businesses being companies are working with many points in tariffs, and a good thing, not only for, as an example, Japan and Europe, but clearly a good thing for America because it allows our businesses to go out and fairly compete and do really well if they compete properly, like the people that I know. Everyone in this room practically I know has competed very successfully. I haven't seen any, and I know they're losing just like I know the winners. I don't see any losers here. But now with some of the countries that they 25% or more, or was complaining, remember Japan was willing to pay upfront the $550 billion for that privilege of negotiating with the United States of America. We also made a deal yesterday with the Philippines.
The same group that has attempted to put conservatives out of business may itself be going out of business. That's right, I'm talking about Media Matters. Now, for those of you who need a refresher, Media Matters is the same group that attempted to cancel Rush Limbaugh by taking them out of context and then using that information to pressure advertisers to boycott his show. Of course, the goal there was to get him off the airwaves. But it wasn't just about one person. Media Matters was also behind the Drop Box campaign, which obviously the goal was to get Fox News off of our television, and it wasn't just the radio, it wasn't just TV, it's even online. Ben Shapiro has accused Media Matters of working with the New York Times to pressure YouTube into censoring and shadow banning conservative channels. Well, all of this has come home to roost, according to the New York Times, under siege from Trump and Musk, a top political group all into crisis, scrambling to pay legal fees. Media Matters has dialed back its criticism, trimmed its staff, and contemplated closing entirely. Now,
It's really
the New York Times, of course, is trying
up for business for 3 of the 6 months. The first couple of months.
Yes, y'all, baby, guys. It's the show. We on the Brilliant Idiot Podcast. Back for another week of Brilliant Idiot. Man, you guys now.
Two weeks ago, you saw one of those incredible features you ran and the entire nuclear potential deadly force. But I want to thank some of the different guys. I have to say, White House AI organizing this very important summit.
He said, ain't nobody out there. Like you said, they did everybody, but they did it to make fun instead of going out.
This colleague, the all-in podcast, which is very good. I did that podcast a year and a half ago. This is something that's pretty new.
Everybody wonders by Squarespace, man. The OG always support the Brilliant Podcast. OG advertiser for Brilliant Podcast. Squarespace
Numbers.
Ladies, there's one way to settle this. She's a white girl. I got this. I think we should dance battle for it.
I don't know, guys. That's not gonna be fair.
Nah, I think we should.
It's Friday.
Let's put the moves where the money is.
We won every swing state. We won by millions and millions of votes, winning the popular vote. We won with the districts, as they would call them, 2,750 to 505. And that's why the map is all for a couple of years. But it was a great experience, actually, being in hopefully it was a great experience and made a great experience for our country because it's only the greatest 6 months that our president has ever had in the opening 6 months. And I'm not for the 6 months.
Everything you need to leave the meeting, showcase your art on our professional website. Like, hey, man, the guy, he was like, the guy was sitting like this. He was like, the guy was just sitting like this. I'm just like, he was really trying to make him look handicapped. And it wasn't his fault. He was trying to describe who the older guy was describe with his song. Yeah, I gotta understand all this. Yes.
become one of the fastest growing furniture stores in the country. We're particular, like JT from Quality Control. He ensures that every product meets Bob's high standards, like our 5-star treasure.
You look like Melanie from distribution. She makes sure you create the dream power so good days, not weeks.
While Jackie from Finance keeps costs low, everyday low prices lower. What a terrific trio. Everyday low prices on quality furniture delivered in days.
See like a brand new Hyundai Santa
Fe. Inhale.
Feels so right, almost feels wrong. Hyundai Killer 6. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days from the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. Hurry in.
But will it happen? Almost a decade later. Will it destroy its for the first time since Tulsi Gabbard highlighted the truth on their work.
Let me go read. Overcame. No, mira, ¿qué tiene estos perros? Tómate vaso, ayúdame con este vaso. Toma. Toma ese vaso. Puede seguir. Así que si me ayudan por mí, estoy ocupado. You know what it is in a house when you run shit? Number 1 years. You guys not me. Number 1. Ole, voy a hacer un video, así que paso por allá ahorita. Vamos a hacer un video, vamos. Voy.
Déjalo ya de.
A lo que tú quieras, te amo. Ya tú sabes, estoy aquí, te amo. No le demente. Wait. Fuck. I said plenty of marriage, you know, but working on convincing the bitch. And happy Sunday. All right, everybody, I want it. What the fuck?